Morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Is that mic working? Um, Good morning to those of you who are here in person. How wonderful. We got you out of bed early for a Vancouver Saturday morning. Thank you so much for coming. And also for those of you that are Zooming in, thank you so much for being here as well. Yeah, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here on an early Saturday morning. I'm Lisa Baldessera. I'm the director of Griffin Art Projects. And we have begun this Future Worldings project a few years ago. But first, I just want to thank the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh nations for caring for these lands and waters for their stewardship since time immemorial. How wonderful that we are here. How wonderful that we are able to be here and for the generous sharing of this space and territory. I also want to thank our partners, Emily Carr University, Randy Lee Cutler from the J. Kerr Faculty of Graduate Studies, and also Dana Warren, Director of Indigenous Initiatives and the Aboriginal Gathering Place, as well as our collaborator, Transformative Memory International Network Institute for Gender, Race, Sexuality, and Social Justice, UBC. Without such partners, it's not possible to work in the same way. We've shared knowledge. We've developed this project over 3 years since 2021, and we have had the generosity of all the artists that we've worked with, the co-curators, the collaborators, in order to be able to present such a massive project that's unfolded over this period of time. It's been an experiment in thinking together, in learning together, and in developing new methodologies and new ideas about what it means to be in relationship. And those will continue to unfold as we continue to share and learn from each other. This would not also be possible without a number of funders, and we've had so many that have stepped up with their support. So I'd like to thank the Frybe Foundation, Canada Council for the Arts, BC Arts Council and their support of Willacton's residency, North Vancouver Recreation and Culture, Metro Vancouver Regional Cultural Project Grants, West Vancouver Foundation, Peter and Betty Hayworth Fund at the West Vancouver Foundation, Amber Foundation, Michael and Ina O'Brien Family Foundation, Van City Community Branch Grant, as well as the partners at Nyrox, the Bag Factory, Similkameen Artist Residency, Artist Proof Studio, Johannesburg, Peter Braun at New Leaf Studio here in Vancouver, as well as Mark Johnson, Gwenessa Lamb, and Annie Breard for hosting artists here. This project started actually in earnest in 2012 when I had a note left on my desk when I first started as chief curator at the Mendel Art Gallery. And the note was from Jillian Ross and Brendan Copestake. Jillian Ross is William Kentridge's master printer. And the note just said very simply, if you're interested in collaborating or working together on a South Africa project, please let me know. And I, as I said last night, said, are you kidding? How wonderful. So that was the beginning of a long conversation, visits in 2020. And then again, our visit, Willacton and I went together in 2024, just this last spring. And the discoveries continue to unfold. The origin of the project was to consider the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions in both countries, knowing that these were not the same at all, that each country's specificity, history, understanding would be completely different. And yet in our conversations, we were focusing on a national perspective, and it seemed like it would be very useful and informative and thought-provoking to think about how these other projects of transformation through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission had unfolded, what their failures were, what their successes were, and having a 20-year and almost 30-year advance with the South African condition. So thinking about this together at this juncture when we are almost 9 years into the very end of the commission here felt important to do, and we had lots of questions, many of which remain still unanswered. So this really is for today to continue to think together and to be in each other's company, to consider what exactly do we mean by truth? What exactly do we mean by reconciliation? What exactly do we mean by decolonization? Knowing the limitations of language and knowing the limitations of political projects, and yet here we are in all our complexity each of us a world, each of us a cosmology creating together. And there is so much hope in that, in working together and to think together with openness and vulnerability. So thank you for being here today. And I would just like to hand this off to Randy. Thank you.
Good morning. It's so lovely to see all of you. My name is Randy Lee Cutler. I'm the Associate Dean of the MFA program here at Emily Carr. And about a little over a year ago, I think Lisa was, I was trying to recollect, she approached me and we talked about collaborating on this conference, having it here at Emily Carr, and we're delighted to be part of it. And then Dana joined us not long after. So I feel really honored to be working with these two people, but also all of you. I haven't had conversations with everybody, but I think it's a real joy to be thinking together. And I just want to echo some of what Lisa said around, asking questions about what is truth, what is reconciliation, but also what is future worldings? What do we mean by that? And I think for me, the future is about thinking about hope, which Lisa also pointed to. But also the past, that the future and the past are always with us simultaneously. It's not a kind of temporal chronology, but it's something that kind of moves in a more complex way. I think the Transformational Memory International Network talks about this, and we're going to be talking about it in the panel after lunch. Just a few words just to say thank you to the J. Kerr Faculty of Grad Studies and Justin Langlois is here with us supporting the project. I also want a big shout out to John Brennan and his crew who've been just amazing in supporting us in all these technical details. And for me, this project celebrates sharing knowledge and sharing memories, and also how important it is to build through community. We don't do these things individually, we do them collectively, and learning from each other through artwork, through thinking, through writing, but specifically through being together, but also becoming together. For me, Future Worldings is about emergence. It's about becoming. So I'm excited to see how we all become together in this day of presentations and ideas and laughter and tears, perhaps. Thank you. Dana.
All right, good morning, everybody. Is that loud enough? I also want to acknowledge people online right now. It's so great to have you here. My name is Dana Warren. I'm from the Montana Cree Nation. I'm also the Executive Director, Indigenous Initiatives here at Emily Carr, and I help run the Aboriginal Gathering Place, which we will meet in later today for performances and food. I'm also an independent curator as well. So I'm originally from Alberta, Treaty 6. Musqueam is my home res. I also want to acknowledge the territory too, and just thank the Musqueams, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. Let's see, starting to get bad mouth here. I really, very happy to live, work, and play on this territory. I want to thank you to all the amazing artists that are part of the project, the curators, our panelists and moderators, and I'm really honored to be working with Randy Lee Cutler. I've admired your work for a very long time. And I also want to acknowledge my panelists, Mimi Gelman and Pat Vera. And I also want to acknowledge and welcome our remarkable guests. I can't believe you guys are already going to be leaving in a couple of days, and it feels like so much has happened. I haven't been part of the whole month of happiness, but I can get the vibe. So and so I just also wanted to thank the Griffin Art Projects. Sorry, I'm losing my spot here. I want to thank Emily Carr University for supporting us and holding the conference here, the tech department, the communications department, and of course my team, the Aboriginal Gathering Space coworkers, Kula and Sydney, which are here today. Thank you, Pressing Media. And lastly, and most importantly, I want to acknowledge the Griffin Art Projects team, and a huge thank you to Lisa Baldessera for partnering again on this subsequent project. As we worked on the Worldings project a few years ago, as she mentioned, it was I was still living in Winnipeg, and it was during COVID. So it was an interesting world at that time. And I think just seeing the repercussions of that time and how it has all affected us in our communities and where we work and stuff. So it was such a time of duress. We were under lockdown and we had to physically still work together, even though we were online and doing a lot of the streaming back then for that conference. And this project is great that we get to spend time together, but also acknowledge our participants and speakers joining us globally. I also want to quickly mention two things. One is the awesome orange t-shirts that you see people wearing today in honor of National Truth and Reconciliation on Monday. So please remember what we're acknowledging that day, and it's concerning the residential schools and the amount of harm that was caused to our communities. Secondly, it is ECU's, Emily Carr University's 100th anniversary starting October 2025. So we'll be doing a whole year of pre-celebrating. We got a year-long party happening. And I'm 2 days early on this. So I want to be one of the first events to honor this 100th years of incredible art school. So I want to take this opportunity to reflect on our rich history while envisioning the future we want to create here at Emily Carr. We also acknowledge it's the start of a new chapter for the university and look forward to entering our new century with a renewed sense of purpose as a community. I am an alum, and the next person I'm about to introduce was a young Native artist. He used to hitchhike into Emily Carr to make it into class each week. Yes, I'm giving your secrets away. And he will be honoring us with a song. But first, I'll just read a short biography on him. And where's Usha? Any word? No? Okay. Halacton is from the Squamish Nation. He's an artist whose work is recognized internationally. In 2012, he received the Order of British Columbia for his many contributions to so many communities near and far. He's also received the Fans Honor Award from the North Vancouver Arts Council, which acknowledged his commitments locally and worldwide by focusing on how the traditional stories relate to his own life. He suggests to us how to use this ancient knowledge to help heal ourselves and our communities. The giving out of positive energy and seeing it come back through the young people is a word that continues to feed his spirit so he can give back to others. So I just want to thank you, everybody. And just before we leave the stage, I have two gifts for Randy and Lisa. All right, so we'll bring Halacton up here. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. Mic working? Yeah. Halacton Queenshaw, Squamish Oath. I am from the Squamish, and also the Nam Geese from Alert Bay. And today is a wonderful day. We're here together. As I always like to say, we're all like one family, because we're all on what we call Mother Earth. We're all the same here. We're all going to move forward together, and I'm happy that you're all here to participate in what's happening here today. And I'd like to have a big shout out to the people who are watching here in South Africa. Sven, he sent me a text showing me standing right there, and he sent a picture of me standing here. So I went back and I started waving at him. So what I want to do is share a welcome song. I want to do 2 verses on behalf of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, Emily Carr University, all our guests here that are here to participate in this gathering up here today. So a big welcome to you. Hope, hope, che, way I chaya. Hope, hope, che, way I chaya. Oh, hey, 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 way I chaya. Hope, hope, che, way I chaya. Hope, hope, che, way I chaya. Oh, hey, 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 way I chaya. We'll sing another two verses of a different song, but I also want to recognize the ones that aren't here, meaning the ones that are gone, and then the ones that aren't here yet being born yet. So when we have like empty seats here, that means there's others here with us. So this whole room is full. So we have others watching over us, joining us. Ayo, yo, heya, wo, ho, weya, wo, ho, we, oh, heya, hu, weya, heya, wo, ho, weya, wo, ho, weya, wo, ho, we, oh, heya, ayo, yo, heya, wo, ho, weya, wo, ho, we, oh, weya, hu, weya, heya, wo, ho, weya, wo, ho, weya, wo, ho, we, oh, weya, ayo. Oh, Siam, good morning to you. And good evening to you guys over there. Cheers.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm Usha Seejerum. I am from South Africa and very joyfully sharing these past few days here together with you. I'd like to introduce the first panel from South Africa, and the moderator will do a proper introduction of the content. So I would like to introduce the moderator. Siko Siotula Zigemund was born in Johannesburg in South Africa. She earned a fine arts degree from the University of Pretoria, which is just north of Johannesburg, in 2011. And since then, she has traveled extensively for her artistic and academic pursuits. She is currently a research associate at the University of Pretoria. And she's also been a research fellow at the University of Potsdam in Germany, and an alumna of the research training group Minor Cosmopolitanisms, supported by the German Research Foundation in 2023. She received a joint doctorate from the University of Potsdam in Germany and the University of Pretoria in South Africa. Her work is strongly influenced by her background as a visual artist and her research interests in practices of Blackness in contemporary visual arts and intercultural relations. She's particularly interested in the creation of visual images in the digital age and their impact on reshaping cultural narratives. So I welcome you guys from South Africa.
Hello to everyone that has made the time to join us today. Welcome to this panel discussion, which forms part of the Worldling Conference. My name, as introduced by Ursula, is Siko Siotula Zigemund, and I'm honored to serve as the mediator for this panel discussion today. We've gathered here to engage in meaningful discussions about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in both South Africa and Canada, exploring the impact of these initiatives on healing, justice, and community building. I was born in 1989, and as every South African my age and older is well aware of, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa was established in 1995 following the end of apartheid. And it was established and aimed to uncover the truth about human rights violations, promote national healing, and foster reconciliation. Canada subsequently adopted South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission model to address the injustices faced by Indigenous peoples, particularly regarding the residential school system. I mean, as introduced earlier, the TRC in South Africa and Canada just are different in terms of their makeup because of the spaces that give rise to them. But the Canadian TRC was established in 2008, aiming to document the experiences of survivors, to promote healing and to foster reconciliation. Both the TRCs, as practiced in South Africa and in Canada, used artistic expression as a powerful tool to give voice to victims, reflect the nation's pain, and celebrate resilience, making art a vital part of the legacies of both these TRCs. And these legacies of healing and understanding the past. The TRC in South Africa utilized artistic expression in several ways, which included public hearings, storytelling. There were art installations and exhibitions, theatrical performances, literature and poetry, music, community engagement, and drawing on South Africa's emphasis on truth-telling and collective memory. Canada integrated public hearings, sharing circles, and artistic expression to amplify Indigenous voices and engage communities in their healing process. And by integrating artistic expression into both processes, the TRC in South Africa and in Canada not only acknowledged the pain of victims, but also highlighted the resilience of individuals and communities through these various projects. This multifaceted approach played a crucial role in South Africa's journey towards healing and reconciliation. And art, of course, played a very big role in that. While a significant step towards addressing these atrocities of apartheid, while the TRC was a step towards addressing the atrocities of apartheid, the TRC in South Africa faced several critiques and continues to face multiple critiques. Many argued that it offered limited accountability for perpetrators of human rights violations, allowing individuals to evade legal consequences through amnesty. Critics also pointed out that the TRC's wasn't enough to address economic injustices stemming from apartheid, as well as the inadequate representation of marginalized voices, including women and rural communities. Additionally, some participants found the hearings emotionally distressing, and there were concerns about the limited implementation of the findings of the DRC as recommendation post-apartheid. Ultimately, there was also a bias towards the ANC, which was the ruling party at the time, and the constraints of time and of the commission also limited what could be addressed. I mean, there were many complexities, but these are just the highlights. Nevertheless, the TRC remains a central part of how South Africa becomes, or how South Africa practices its post-apartheid-ness, if I may. And we still look to this commission and how it brought into being this new nation and was a big tool in our nation building. We are fortunate enough today to have the input of two insightful speakers, Sven Christian and Mabongi Lomo, who had planned to be here today, but unfortunately has a family emergency and is unable to connect to the conference. We will be using a backup recording so that she can also participate in this conversation. But I just first want to introduce Sven Christian. Sven Christian is an academic and curator. He has a long CV, but I will keep it short. He is an academic and curator based at a beautiful sculpture park. If you ever find yourself in South Africa, in Gauteng, be sure to visit Nyrox. and he organizes fascinating exhibitions and oversees various aspects of art facilitation there. So if you ever find yourself in that space, say hi to Sven. And Mabongi Dlomo is an artist associated with the Javid Art Collection, and she's known for her diverse contributions to the art community and is involved in many creative projects. And I met Mabongi through her involvement at the Javid UP, where she is making a significant impact with her work there. I just want to lay out how this conference will take place, and then we'll jump straight into it. The conference will run as follows. Each speaker, Sven and Mabongi, were given 20 minutes to present. Mabongi is unfortunately not here, and she has given a recorded conversation, but I will give, as an extension of the time she was supposed to take up, I will also give a presentation of my own work. And after these 3 presentations, Sven and I will then be in conversation. Thank you all for being here and for lending your ears and your hearts for these 70 minutes. And let's embark on this conversation together. And please welcome me please join me in welcoming Sven Christian.
Thanks, Iko. Yeah, and good morning, everyone. I'm very grateful to be here, and I'm very excited about the conversation that will follow. I'd also just like to thank Usha, Lisa, Bahar, and Karen for the invitation to speak today. I think when Usha first mentioned the broader context of Future Worldlings and its focus on truth and reconciliation, my first thought was of a book by Kali Kutsia called Accented Futures, Language Activism and the Ending of Apartheid, which has been central to my thinking, I think, ever since it was first introduced to me by my MA supervisor, Nontobeko Ntombela, in 2019. I guess what stood out for me was its focus on the importance of mistranslation and misunderstanding in contexts where being understood is not to the advantage of the speaker. So often in contexts where there are power imbalances at play, or in the context of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which was a central focus of that book, where are these kind of dynamics that are perhaps less overt. Given today's time allocation, I want to focus on 2 artworks. Gabriel Goliath's personal accounts and Tumelo Ntumkulu's One Final Act of Love. But before we get there, I think it's important to kind of set the scene for what I want to talk about. And in some way, Harold Pinter's short play Mountain Language does that for me. It was first staged in 1988 at the Royal National Theatre in London. I'm just going to quickly share the presentation. All right, cool. Can you see that? All right. So in the opening scene, a young woman comforts an elderly woman by placing an arm around her shoulders. Both have been standing in line to visit their husband and son, respectively, in prison. They have been waiting in the snow for 8 hours. During this time, the elderly woman's hand has been badly bitten by a dog, and her thumb dangles at a precarious angle. When the sergeant and officer in charge enter, it is the young woman who voices their grievances. To no avail. Eventually, the officer addresses the elderly woman, who, up until this point, has by and large remained invisible. So she does not speak, express her pain, or respond to any of his demands. She simply peers up at him and sort of stares. And after a series of abuses, they are told that they may not speak their mountain language, that their language is dead, forbidden. You cannot speak your language to your men. It is not permitted. Do you understand? Your language no longer exists. In the following scene, the elderly woman sits opposite her son. We are in the visitation room, and the guard is standing behind her, listening in. Elderly woman, I have bread. The guard jabs her with a stick. Guard, forbidden. Language forbidden. She looks at him. He jabs her. It's forbidden. To prisoner, tell her to speak the language of the capital. Prisoner, she can't speak it. Silence. She doesn't speak it. Silence. It's the first time in the play that we begin to understand her silence as something more than the inability to comprehend what is being said or to speak the language of instruction. Elderly woman, I have apples. The guard jabs her and shouts. Guard, forbidden, 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 forbidden. Jesus Christ, to prisoner. Does she understand what I'm saying? Prisoner, no. Guard, doesn't she? He bends over her, don't you? She stares up at him. At the end of the scene, the lights dim. From the half-light, the dislocated voices of mother and son, who remain still, whose mouths remain shut, come through the speakers. A private conversation that happens beneath the radar of audibility. Elderly woman's voice. The baby is waiting for you. Prisoner's voice. Your hand has been bitten. They're all waiting for you. They've bitten my mother's hand. When you come home, there'll be such a welcome for you. Everyone is waiting for you. They're all waiting for you. They're all waiting to see you. As the audience, we know that these voices belong to the mother and son, but they're also disembodied, occupying a kind of void beyond the reach of the guard. When the lights come back on, some time has passed and the son is now trembling, bloodied. Silence fills the room, broken by the voice of the guard who tells them that they can now speak their language, until further notice. Prisoner, she can speak? Guard, yes, until further notice. New rules. Pause. Prisoner, mother, you can speak. Pause. Mother, I'm speaking to you. You see, we can speak. You can speak to me in our own language. She is still. You can speak. Pause. Mother, can you hear me? I'm speaking to you in our own language. Pause. Do you hear me? Pause. It's our language. Pause. Can't you hear me? Don't you hear me? She does not respond. The first time I came across Pinter's play was in artist Lawrence Abu-Hamdan's PhD thesis, Oral Contract. In his reading of the play, Abu-Hamdan recognizes a transition brought about by the mother's continued silence from the absurdism of, quote, an agitprop theatre piece against censorship to addressing the violence of representation itself. With each pause that constitutes the mother's silence, writes Abu-Hamdan, the audience is given time to digest the violence of the situation, lies as much in the banning of language as in the granting of permission to speak. In either case, a fundamental power is asserted over the speaker. At the same time, what becomes apparent is that despite the attempts of the young woman and prisoner to speak on the elderly woman's behalf, Abu-Hamdan writes of how she has chosen the language of silence to represent her, to perform her own inaudibility, and thereby amplifying the structural conditions which fail to listen. So it's at this point that I'd like to turn to Gabrielle Goliath's ongoing series, Personal Accounts, which she began in 2014. John, this will be the time for the film. And we're just going to play an excerpt from one of the more recent iterations from 2023, which was titled The End of Falase. And then we'll come back to it.
Sorry, just 1 second. The apologies. Had it opened and then.
No problem, John. I can also share it from my side if you want. Thanks, John. So, yeah, I'm just going to continue by sharing screen. So just to recap, that film is a part of an ongoing series by Gabriel Goliath called Personal Accounts. This particular version was shot in 2023 in Johannesburg, and the text accompanying the film, or in the text accompanying the film, we learn that Dienda Falase, the protagonist, the person featured, worked as a well-known anchor at the Nigerian Television Authority in Abuja, and that it was his responsibility to announce the same-sex marriage prohibition bill signed into law by President Goodluck Jonathan on the 7th of January 2014, the same year in which Goliath started the series. Shortly after the announcement, we read, Dienda left Nigeria for South Africa, where the rights of LGBTIQ plus people are constitutionally enshrined. 10 years later, however, he is still an asylum seeker without a work permit, unable to find employment despite his credentials, which include a master's degree from the University of Leeds. End quote. Speaking about the installation, Goliath describes 3 separate accounts. So the 3 different sort of films or screens that you see are each addressed to a different person. The first in the center is addressed to his quite beloved mother, who died before he was able to fully disclose his sexual identity, and whose funeral in Nigeria he was unable to attend. The account to the right, she continues, is directed towards his supportive older brother, who lives in the USA, and to the left, his younger brother in Nigeria, who has all but disowned him. As with the other works in the series, Goliath presents a close-up of Dienda, removing the spoken word, so that, quote, what remains is a dialogue of gaps, of absences, whilst on the other, emphasized in the residual sonics of the breath, in the swallows, and the clearing of a throat, is the bodily presence. End quote. In doing so, Goliath presents the world interior, the subcutaneous world of muscle, tissue, fat, blood, water. A world that both precedes and enables speech, an interior that impacts and is impacted upon. the experience of violence inscribed on the body, its material trace contained and projected through speech. As writes Judith Butler, the speech act says more than it can ever intend or know. In this way, Goliath's treatment of each account invokes a presence. It also provides a pretext through which to understand the conditions into which such speech acts are firstly produced, a space of trust, and later exhibited, a space of mistrust. In this way, Goliath draws our attention to how a speaking subject makes their decision about what to say, quote, only in the context of an already circumscribed field of linguistic possibilities, end quote. And that's to quote Judith Butler. In other words, we choose to say what we say or don't say based on the knowledge of who we believe ourselves to be speaking to and how we anticipate that information to be received. So in Pinter's play, we see the scenario play out too, where a fundamental power is asserted over the speaker, first explicitly through outright censorship, and then implicitly in the granting of permission to speak. In personal accounts, however, the distinction between the private context in which each testimony is shared versus their public afterlife becomes all the more palpable. So in such contexts, what is left to be said? I mean, rather, it's the unsayable that becomes the space of agency. So by withholding the semantic content of their words, Goliath is said to enable a condition for participation, allowing collaborators to share in ways they may not otherwise have, which is to say, without the burden of coherence and credibility that polices and so regularly discredits survivors. This, in opposition to what Goliath terms, quote, the cold, rational calculus of the so-called testimony, and an attendant political frame of representation that determines who can and cannot speak, and of those who choose to speak, who will be heard or more critically believed. Much like Abu Hamdan's observation about how violence can be embedded in the granting of permission to speak, Goliath observes how the desire to empathize with others, to put oneself in the shoes of another, can also be a way of laying claim to their pain, pointing out that over-identification is a kind of violence in itself. And so at this point, I'm going to shift again to the second artwork for this presentation, which is Tumelo Mtunkulu's One Final Act of Love, which was created in 2023. It also, like Goliath's work, raises a number of questions about address and what it means to bareness. So it's a sound sculpture. You won't see that just from the image, but it includes obituaries that were sent into and broadcast on Lesedi FM over the last 10 years. These obituaries were only on air for a very short period, between sort of 7 to 15 minutes. Is the run of the show, and Mtunkulu writes of his work as an attempt to, quote, make concrete the grief by giving shape to it, providing a skin or body or shell in which to exist, end quote. One that is not limited to the temporal framework of the broadcast, but that can live on, quote, as a ghost would in a haunted house. Described by the artist as a rudimentary form, reminiscent of houses typically drawn by children, the sculpture reads more like the idea of a home. So set in flat monochrome tones, it is easy to walk around, but not to inhabit. There are no lights on inside. The windows, like eyes, are blacked out. An empty chair, crudely shorn, sits in front of a doorway, extending itself through the form of the house in 2 and 3 dimensions. And what I mean by that is that when you look at the image here, you can see that the back of the chair is painted onto the house. It's not an actual back of the chair, whereas the rest is there as a kind of like empty seat. But as the title suggests, Tumelo's work is not just about honoring the lives of those lost, but is dedicated as an accompaniment to the grief of the living. So where some would insist on empathy as a coming to know, Mtunkulu, like Sontag and Goliath, favor a sustained engagement with the incomprehensibility of loss. So what is maintained or cherished, given shape to, is this final act, the desire on the part of the person submitting the obituary to honor the life of a loved one, and on the part of Mtunkulu to sit in community with their grief. Central is the recognition that, for most listeners, their experience of mourning is inevitably that of contemplating grief from the outside. The chair is not to be sat on, nor is one invited to enter the house, to occupy the position of the bereaved. Rather, Mtunkulu invites us to listen in, yet even here, the invitation has its limits. And just so you can get a sort of audio sense of the work, I'm going to play you a quick excerpt from the beginning of the sort of soundscape. So if you can imagine the sound coming from inside the house. Okay.
Morena khale ke ne ke sa o lakatse ka ithata ke ne ke re ke nna ya bohlale ka itshepa empa jwale ke ntse ke itshaba se hopole boikgantsho ba ka jwale tshiudile lefu le qoleng ya kobo le kokota monyako wa lebitla mme bahaeso ba yang hwehla ba yang mpitsa ba re ke orohe ka hala ka lebelo le fedile ke tla oroha lefatsheng lena la meutlwa ke lebe hae boya batho moo teng ho sa kgutlwing teng moo re tlang ho fella teng rekola hao le seke la mpheta la mphuralla morena ditsietsing le thateng ba tsela ho fihlela ke yo fihla ke yo kena seding le sa tloheng ho Jesu yo ke mo ratileng dipi tsa ba o rohetseng hae mmuso.
So at base, one final act of love is rooted in memory, that of the artist, and quote, the memory of having grown up listening to the sonorous voice of the broadcaster reciting the names of the deceased, their places of birth, and where they will be buried. End quote. Further, he writes, quote, although unspoken, everyone at home sat in silence to honor persons whom we have not known and will never know. As their names entered our home through the radio, it was as though we were being invited to grieve with each of the families. These are people who generally would not make it onto the front page of any newspaper. Mtunkulu's recollection raises a number of questions. Who does he mean by we? His immediate family, no doubt, but beyond that, the broader community of listeners, who is being invited to grieve? This question is important in light of the radio station's history. Established in Bloemfontein, South Africa, under the banner of Radio Sesotho in 1962, the SETI FM formed part of a larger project on the part of the apartheid state. Atia Khan, for example, writes that while touted as a heritage protection project, these stations also reinforce segregation along ethnic lines, creating a kind of echo chamber which strengthened ties within communities, but also always in opposition to others. That while such stations have undergone significant changes since their establishment in the 60s, their audiences have remained by and large intact. From this, we can see that the submission of obituaries is not without an awareness that those listening share something of a collective memory. In other words, that these obituaries have been shared in community. To some extent, the bereaved can trust that their obituary will be respected and that the process of honoring one's dear departed will not fall on deaf ears, in much the same way that those who shared their accounts with Goliath were able to place their trust in her, while cognizant that their accounts would likely not be received in the way that they would like once they enter the public domain. In the case of Mtunkulu, what does it mean, then, to stretch the bandwidth of that collective we, to take such obituaries and give them a sustained life beyond their intended audience? By extension, what can Mtunkulu's repositioning of these obituaries, particularly the artist's desire to maintain and amplify a certain distance, tell us about the nature of mourning, loss, and our engagement therein? One clue can be found in his writing about the work, where he refers to his memory as something that resists linguistic appropriation. Coupled with his reluctance to permit audiences entry, to sit on the chair, for example, Mtunkulu, like Goliath, could be said to highlight an awareness of what Kali Coetzee terms the different contexts within and to which we speak. As someone who does not understand Sesotho, I cannot listen to the broadcast without becoming conscious of the gap between those in mourning and myself. Mtunkulu's recontextualization recognizes that mourning is always inevitably shaped by varying degrees of proximity and distance, a distance which is amplified by the extension of the invitation on the part of the artist to others who do not necessarily belong to this community. Importantly, with one final act of love, Mtamkulu does not assume familiarity on the part of his own audiences, but invites people to listen in from their own relative position, reminding us, or those who are at a remove, that these obituaries belong to real people, people who, quote, who generally would not make it onto the front page of any newspaper, but who are nevertheless loved, respected, cared for. Equally important is that one might learn of the particulars of a given case, yet the extent to which information is revealed is determined solely by the person who sends in the obituary. So here, what is important is that the agency of those in mourning to decide, through this final act of love, what information to include or not. In other words, to set the parameters through which a public comes to learn about the life and death of said loved one. So here, as in personal accounts, the task is not to understand or assume knowledge about what others are going through, but to dwell in that space of incomprehensibility, or, after Avery Gordon, author of Ghostly Matters, to be drawn, quote, effectively, sometimes against our will and always a bit magically, into the structure of feeling of a reality we come to experience, not as cold knowledge, but as a transformative recognition. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Sven, for that. Thank you, thank you. We will come back to some questions that I already have. But I think before that, we will have a presentation by Mabongi, the pre-recorded presentation by Mabongi. Thank you for that. And it is unfortunate that Mabongi could not join us today, but she does have a family crisis, and I think we can all understand that. And because of this, I have been asked to give a presentation, and I will happily do that. And I would just like to share a portion of my screen. Okay, perfect. Okay, I have been asked to talk about my own work today, and while on being asked to speak to my own work, I try to think about the arc between what was being spoken to at this conference, or will continue to be spoken to at this conference, and my own questions, which are about deep time and land. The relationship between the land question and I think more broadly speaking and more metaphorically so, a historical space in South Africa, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission lies in the TRC's focus on addressing human rights violations during apartheid, while largely neglecting the structural injustices, including land dispossession, that were central to the apartheid system. Land dispossession created deep economic and social inequalities in South Africa, which is quite obvious still today. And this inability of the TRC to address this question is still, it's something that's glaring even today. And it's led to ongoing debates about land restitution and redistribution. And I think this is the main arc then that could give my work relevance to this conversation today. In an attempt to visualize a usable African history, remains of Southern African late Iron Age settlements, and I think of settlements here between 900 and 1800, have been animated through illustration across the late 19th, 20th, and 21st century by researchers, as well as in African nativist and nationalist rhetoric. As with the current critical research of Southern African late Iron Age settlements, under research, Eurocentric formative interpretations stemming from historically inscribed ethnographies remains embedded in this animation. Archaeology has a very noticeable visual culture. It produces a number of different types of illustration. By illustration, I mean here the drawings that accompany archaeological texts, including illustration produced by surveying instruments. And if you were to pick any archaeological text up today and just quickly page through it, it wouldn't be lost on you that you would find a number of different images. Some of these images hold an ambivalent position as both representation of an imaginary scene or setting, yet possessing the authority that comes with a scientific artifact. In the archaeology of Southern African late Iron Age settlement, riddled by Eurocentric formative interpretations, the problem is that images inevitably follow suit. And the aim of my thinking for the past couple of years is to give a critical and artistic intervention in the visualization of Southern African late Iron Age settlements as a response to this claiming back of a deep time. And this question matters because images are not innocent. Images and visual archives of all kinds direct a viewer's sense of politics and political possibilities. If an image purports and perpetuates a particular view of a little known about distant past, perceived as having little to no usable history, like Southern African deep time, viewers too can be persuaded in this direction. Images have a tendency of not staying put for very long, They have a way of slipping out of the sight and the grasp of those that attempt to behold them. Dislocated and relocated, some of the archaeological images featured in what I will show today and in my thinking for the past couple of years continue to extend power over how the Southern African late Iron Age can be imagined long after the colonial ideology that informed their production has been debunked. An example of this, of how archaeology has power with how images are created, images particularly of the Southern African past and deep time, is artist Charlotte King's ethnic map. This ethnic map references to the Zimbabwean estate. A digital print of the original painting currently hangs at the reception of the University of Pretoria's Africana collection. In a contemporary Southern African context, hungry for counter-visual moments in its own history, the image is seductive because of its emancipatory potential of addressing a disavowed African past. When first engaging with ethnic maps, ethnic map presents a vision of belonging and the right to space and mobility for Black bodies in a distant and little known about Southern African or African past, from which Black bodies have historically systematically been excluded. The painting uses decontextualized images with authority. To achieve this, I extensively interviewed the artist to find out about this painting and her headspace when she was painting it. And by meticulously drawing on known histories, the images act as an authoritative visualization of the past it presents. With various ruptures and continuities, the Southern African past is often broken up into three moments, namely the Khoisan complex, the Mapungubwe complex, and the Zimbabwe estate, and the Nguni estate, or the Shagian period, which saw the rise of the Zulu kingdom. The last period is well documented in South Africa, and historians know quite a lot about it. The visuality of the first two periods, however, materialized through rock paintings and the ruins of stone-walled settlements is little known about and widely, and is little known about and is primarily the concern of archaeologists. Ethnic map presents these three moments folding thousands of years neatly into one image with few overlaps in geographic space or physical movement. Relying on the image alone, what is implied is a version of Southern African distant past devoid of movement and displacement or conflict. And we see here the inclusion of the Mapungubwe estate in what I have circled. So Charlotte King, the artist, went through a lot of historical documents and archaeological documents to put together this placing of South Africa, placing of people in particular spaces in South Africa. So the Zulu people would belong here, the Khoisan people would belong there. And at the time that this image was painted, it was a celebration of South Africa, just post-apartheid. But when we're looking at it now, 30 years on, it becomes more and more problematic. But she paints here a Zimbabwe. So the deep time, the archaeological space that we're looking at, she paints it as empty. And the great enclosure which she paints in ethnic map is a good example of how images and ideas about this estate, the Mapungubwe estate, travel. The great enclosure is pictured as overgrown and abandoned, an assemblage of scenes depicting tribed figures in battle, dancing, and engaged in other social activity, all happen around the stone-walled settlement. A body hovers uncomfortably above the enclosure, legs cut off and devoid of overlap. The enclosure is devoid of bodies. By acknowledging the existence of Great Zimbabwe, yet depicting it as empty, the overgrown ethnic map echoes the central ideas propagated by early archaeological excavations of Great Zimbabwe. Great Zimbabwe was the first late Iron Age settlements to be excavated in South Africa, its excavation laid the basis on which war in the region, with the visualization of history as a key apparatus, was spearheaded. The Zimbabwean ruins were widely accepted as being of African origin in the scientific community as early as 1914. A large sum of the settler population, however, including the government of the day, Rhodesia, which is today's Zimbabwe, along with individuals in the scientific community, chose to perpetuate earlier findings, claiming otherwise. Archaeological findings like those by Theodore Bent rejected the Black race as having created Great Zimbabwe, and there was a lot of back and forth during this time about who created Great Zimbabwe. But these early findings basically rejected that it was a Black population that created Great Zimbabwe. In early visualizations of Great Zimbabwe, the Great Enclosure is primarily visualized as unidentified or in ruin, like we see in Charlotte King's depiction. And these are much earlier drawings, like as in 1871 we see here. And here we see in 1892, all these early archaeological drawings of the space draw Great Zimbabwe as empty and unoccupied. But in the 1980s, with the revolutions, we start to see that scientists start to say, no, Great Zimbabwe was occupied by Black people, and we start to see images around that changing. And so here we have Theodore Bent, who in the 1980s, or rather Theodore Garlick, starts to paint Great Zimbabwe or draw Great Zimbabwe with the help of cooperatives, Black cooperatives, as being filled with people and filled with activity. And from the 1980s onward, this is the accepted image of Great Zimbabwe, one that is occupied. But in ethnic map, we see that Charlotte King, her reference material is reference material that is older than the 1980s vision of Great Zimbabwe. And so she depicts an empty Great Zimbabwe. And I want to show here how when we look back into time, when we reference old images, when archaeological images catch up to a certain idea, but the images don't do the same, the images that were created earlier slip through and they create something that wasn't necessarily meant to be created. So Charlotte King wanted to create something else. She wanted to move the narrative. She wanted to be revolutionary, I suppose, but she referenced a material that precedes this time. And so we have then an empty Great Zimbabwe. Here I have kind of earlier depictions of Great Zimbabwe as early as 1549. And this is Great Zimbabwe as it is today in ruin. I just want to skip over this and go to images again like this, which is a Rhodesian government poster in 1938 of a ghost of the biblical Queen of Sheba who steps out from the Great Wall and who stands in front of this canonical tower and as a Black body kneels. You know, these are the images that Charlotte King in the early 90s tries to paint against, yet again, by referencing older material than she wishes to push through, she re-emphasizes it. What becomes evident is that visuality constructed in archaeology's visual archive was never just accepted when we look through these images of the time. Instead, even before the major revolutions of history, it was at every point challenged or outright rejected. A search in my study of late Iron Age settlements for counter-visual moments presented by this archive have simultaneously been a search for a counter-visual ways of making and seeing. And so then I come to a kind of, okay, so there are all these ways that archaeologists have depicted late Iron Age settlements in archaeological texts, but I wanted to look for moments, or I've been looking for moments where the people themselves, the people of the land, how would they represent the landscapes, their remains? And there are these fantastic drawings when you go to some of these settlements that I bumped into in my studies, and where the people of the day have left kind of these rocks with engravings. And these engravings are fascinating because they almost speak to the landscape as it remains now. So the first image that I saw was an aerial view of these late Iron Age settlements. And you can see here in the rock engravings echoing of that settlement, almost like architectural drawings. And archaeologists have their own debates about what these engravings are. And I want to lean into the archaeologists that recognize these drawings as plans of the landscapes by the people of the landscapes. And in looking for then, I mean, I am an artist myself, and I'm an artist and I'm an academic, but in looking for a language to speak to archaeologists, I thought it is important to make images. So archaeologists make these images, but I think artists should also be involved in trying to think about what we make and not just let the images slip through as we see in Charlotte Kings. And so using Photoshop, Illustrator, using the archive as the old archive of images that I've paged through right now. I am at the moment creating images to speak back to think with archaeologists, artists, trying to think about deep Southern African time. And I had an exhibition at the University of Pretoria's art gallery, very close to the Javid, showing these images that I've been thinking through. And I think at the core of it is Southern African artists post-apartheid have worked very hard to rethink the colonial moment and apartheid. But I think as alongside rethinking the colonial moment and apartheid, deep time is also very important. And the long history is also very important. And these are the images I've been making to think about that time and how we can visualize it with all its problems, to think again about that time. This is what I can share with you, and I hope to pick up on a few points with Sven on the other side.
Thanks, Iko. That was fascinating. I'm so excited actually now about the conversation, because there's so much there that I want to talk to you about. Yeah.
Fantastic. Sven, I think to open up the conversation, I would just like for you possibly, I mean, you were alive, of course, during the TRC commissions. And what do you remember? I think what we can do is I would like to share, and possibly you can share too, what you remember about that time. I think for me, if I could start, is just, I remember that the TV was always on. In South Africa, we had these hearings and they were publicized on SABC. And at my house, I lived in Tembisa at the time, which was kind of a hotspot of violence. But I remember that at home, my parents had the TV on always. And you could just, I mean, I was maybe 6, 7 at that time. And you just always were hearing one story after the next and just women crying. And I think the video of the silences of that Gabriel Goliath just reminded me of that time. You know, I could just insert that time into that video. And I think if you could just share what that time meant for you and what just, you know, so we can start there.
I mean, interestingly, that period for me, I was born a year after you. I was born in 1990, and that period for me was it was the period in which my parents got divorced. I don't really, like, in terms of my personal life, that was all consuming. It was like the end of, you know what I mean? And I'm not even sure at the age of 5 or 6 that it featured much, you know what I mean? I don't know if it's just as a proxy of being a white South African, maybe the import of it within, you know, my upbringing wasn't as significant, but it really didn't feature as in terms of my memory of childhood, that period was occupied almost exclusively by my parents' divorce, which is interesting in and of itself, you know.
Interesting. And then when do you then start to grasp the significance of this commission and its weight in our history?
Much later, post high school even. I think it lands when you start to pay attention, you start to like dig and look. I mean, for me though, one of the things that has stood out, and a lot of that Rainbow Nation rhetoric of the early 90s, you know, like that kind of like sense of like having things like we've got there, we've arrived, and then realizing slowly that that's a complete fabrication and that there's so much underneath the skin of this that needs to be unpacked, and then having to go like seek that out in some way. I mean, one of the things that in terms of what you were speaking about and that I've found really interesting, like in terms of your research and now, is there was this talk that Njabula Ndebele gave in 1992, so prior to the TRC, and he was speaking at the time to an audience of predominantly white graduates at the University of Cape Town, and pointing out that, like, sort of contrary to the sensationalist atmosphere that was surrounded the unbanning of South African liberation movements like the ANC or the release of political prisoners, and the repeal of apartheid legislation on the 2nd of February 1990, that what followed was actually a neutralization of their political agency. So he writes that, and I pulled up the quote, he writes that that day was not meant to bring in a new world. The promise of the future came by default. That day was designed to induce normalcy in politics, so that the politics of the liberation movement could have its inspirational and visionary quality reduced to the mundane, so that it be contained in such a way that there would be no difference between it and countless other demands that needed to be articulated through a regulatory process. So what was done forcibly in the past, that is, to break the back of opposition, was now achieved through an apparent concession. The point of this is that the government, in using the rhetoric of change, was doing no more than reinforcing the past. When the white community thought it was moving forward, it was actually digging in. And I think the Truth and Reconciliation, for me, that's where it falters. It's like that we felt like we were making progress and we let it end there and we stopped caring, and look at where we are, you know.
I mean, I just echo, I think it's interesting that, I mean, we have obviously different experiences of that time. And I mean, you highlight many things. Maybe we could have different experiences of that time because as a white South African, as a Black South African, where you were positioned, how you would, what that moment meant to you. But I think what we do have in common as the both of us is that the indoctrination into the Rainbow Nation, you know, and I think I bought it, you know. I always say I am a child of the Rainbow Nation, you know, and I think my parents, we were the first group to kind of go to multiracial Model C schools is what they called it. And I think my parents, when we were younger, would always say, you know, there's your guys' reality, but there's also the world, you know, and they would always say this, and we're like, no, but it's different. The country has changed. And I think it's only when I started working that it dawned on me the reality of South Africa. I think all throughout school and studying, I was still hung up on the Rainbow Nation. I was still that child of the Rainbow Nation. But it's only going into work situations where you see the structural injustices firsthand, you know, where you walk into an office where it's still divided and, you know, they have a black kitchen and a white kitchen, and, you know, people are uneasy about you using their cups, you know, then you're just like, wow, school wasn't like this. And I think it just dawned on me then. And I think that we have in common that basically the crushing of the narrative. And what I want to ask you about your own work is, you know, you speak so beautifully about silence, these moments, these in-between moments. And, but how do you come to this? Like, what is the work informing? What is the work informing your observations today?
I mean, so interestingly, we weren't able, as you know, to listen to Mabongi's presentation online. I think people in the audience there could hear it. We couldn't, but I saw that there was an artwork by Dumile Feni, prisoner, and I did my master's on a scroll of his that sits in Wits Art Museum's collection. And again, there's really interesting overlap with your own work, because, you know, where you're focusing on the visualizing of Southern African sort of late Iron Age settlements in the digital age, I was focusing on the digitization of Dumile Feni's scroll into the WAM collection, and how the process of its digitization, in some way, it came with a whole bunch of assumptions. Like, it was made under the guise of, it was done, like the digitization itself was done with the intent towards this exhibition, which was about access and inclusivity of how to access works in the collection of WAM, essentially. And this work, because it was a scroll, it was made over an uncertain amount of years, sometime between his exile in 1968 and his death in New York in 1991. He worked on the scroll. After his passing, it got sent over to Grosvenor Gallery and then got bought by a collector and ended up eventually at WAM. But because it's a scroll and because it's fragile, the museum has a whole bunch of assumptions about not being able to allow people to touch it, its value, its worth. And that scroll had 2 dials, and you had to handle it in order to understand, like, to really get a sense of it. It went in both directions, for example. It wasn't a left to right thing. It was very fragile and brittle. And all of these sort of facets, these material qualities of the work were embedded in it, but through the need to preserve it and through the need to give it accessibility, it was digitized. And that digital translation came with a bunch of assumptions about it. For example, when they exhibited it, it included a sensor. So you moved your hand across a sensor and you could move left to right through the scroll. And beneath that, so you'd stand 2 meters away from the screen and you could move through the scroll, but it assumed that the material substrate was just a substrate for the drawings, as opposed to being a material part of the whole. And you could move left and right through it, but beneath was a counter that said 0 to 100%, which assumed reading from left to right, as opposed to going in both directions. And it was very quick, so you could scroll through it very quickly. The temporal nature of the thing was different. It wasn't slow, like actually handling the thing. And so all gets lost. And when you digitize things, when the material disappears, all you're left with is the digital. So how do you retain what was there actually? Through all of the institutional assumptions that get superimposed on that, erase things. So when it comes to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, translating everything into English, what gets lost in the process, right? So Kali Kutsia's book, like what are the cultural nuances that get lost? What are the things like, I think it's called, this is the book for people to find and read, because it's great in that respect. It really speaks about the need for mistranslation, misunderstanding, and difficulty, like paying attention to the things that that don't gel, and how those, like, you know, like the voice in Gabriel Goliath's work, and how that the slippages and the bits in between can tell you so much more sometimes than, you know.
I mean, I can definitely relate to this question of digitization. I think I moved into the digital space because I used to make ephemeral sculptures, so sculptures out of fat, but these sculptures don't last very long, and so you have to photograph them, and this is how they last. But I think going further and further now into the art world, and basically the time that we're in, it's like most actually artworks, whether they are temporal sculptures or not, live in the digital world. So only a very small amount of people will ever see any artwork. Most of us will only ever experience most of the artwork we know of digitally. And so that is just a reality of the time that we live in. But as you emphasize, we lose so much in that digitization. And there's so much that's absent in that digitization. And I just want to ask, with this focus or with your awareness of silences and absences, how I want to go back. You opened your talk with the language is dead. And there are some people that can't speak, or there is a person that can't speak and does not speak. And I wondered if there was a difference between can't speaking and not speaking.
Absolutely.
Because
mean-
you emphasize that a lot. And this person you spoke about, it was unclear whether they could not speak or did not speak as a place of holding their power. And I want you to just please speak to that.
It's about the withholding and about the agency. I think a lot of the time, I'll give you a real-time example outside of the context of the play, but in 2022, we were planning an exhibition of Mam Naria Mabasa's work here, and went to visit her in Vuwani, in Limpopo, and the first visit took hours. We spoke to her daughter and her granddaughter, and I mean, she was in the room the entire time, but she withheld her voice, I think, right up until the moment we said goodbye, essentially. And then she kind of, revealed openly that she could, it wasn't that she couldn't speak English or anything like that. She just sat quietly because she was reading the room. She spoke, to Venda the entire time, and then didn't address us, but at the time when we were leaving, it's like, cool. And it's that thing of address, it's a power, you hold onto it, you read the room.
Dynamics of being understood is how
or you don't, like, questions of trust and mistrust are always prevalent in the room. And that's that goes back to that Judith Butler argument about, things sort of being predetermined. So your speech or the context in which you speak, Lawrence Abu Hamdan writes that you speak to people on the level of the other's readiness to listen. And there's a brilliant YouTube video performance lecture I'd recommend people go watch, called Contradiction, Speech Against Itself. He talks about this and the sort of right to silence in our all seeing, all hearing age. You have the right to silence type of thing. I could talk about this forever.
We are running out of time, but I think the last question I can ask to you is that you, of course, are a curator now, and you are sensitive to, questions of gaps and trauma and memory. How do you approach curating material exhibitions that have sensitive issues like trauma and memory, and of course in relation to the TRC, but I think this is now broadly in South Africa, because you live in South Africa, that at every moment there you could be stepping on something that triggers the public. And how do you approach that as a curator? How do you deal with material like this, with sensitive material that's related to trauma, memory? Have you dealt with, is there maybe an exhibition that you can think about, or work that you can think about that you thought, I have to be really sensitive here because of something I might, and how do you approach that?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest obstacle to that is the temporal nature of exhibition making and the speed at which you're sort of expected to produce on a professional level. I think we don't do enough things slowly. We don't spend enough time. It's very hard to sit with things long enough. I don't think it's specific to the arts industry either. I think that's just a global problem. The speed at which things move is very difficult, and trying to get things to slow down so that you can really be there for them and be present in them is, I think, a huge challenge. I don't know if I think there's a sensitivity towards things, but I don't think, there's also for me, an importance about just dealing with difficulty, like, and not being too precious about things at the same time. Like, we all fuck up, we all, you know what I mean? So I think just being like, if something feels real to you, then you're on the right track. And really where I struggle the most is where things feel too sort of institutionalized, or not quite like you haven't really been able to voice the thing because you're working in a, yeah. So.
No, thank you. With that, the first rains have come down here. I hear the rain is pouring. We have been waiting. It's the end of our discussion, and we will open it. In Southern Africa, they say all good things are rain, and so clearly we the moment is blessed. We will open up to the floor. I don't know who is in charge of that or how it will work, but I think our discussion, we've run out of time, but we have a bit of time for discussion, questions, interactions with the floor.
I have some microphones. If anybody would like to ask a question, I'm going to hand out some microphones here.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, if anybody has any questions, you can raise your hand and I can just hand it over. So you could also speak directly into the mic for our panelists. That would be great.
Can I begin? Okay, cool, great. Morning, everyone. And I trust that everyone is doing well. I just have a question for Mexico, and the question is, well, how important is the practice of drawing in your practice? Because the relation between drawing on paper and making a mark as an engraving is particularly loaded with historical semiotic codes about how to build architectural environments, how to build structural environments, but also that the same process is still at work when building these very same modular modernist interpretations of institutions that we see now. So I mean, like, how do you bridge that relationship? And is drawing like a fundamental praxis towards that linking of knowledges or processes?
I want to say that thank you for the question. And I mean, drawing, I think before I definitely finished my art degree as a sculptor, but I think at the basis, I am definitely a draftsperson. I think drawing is automatic for me. I draw always. In the creation of these images, I actually referenced a lot of doodles in my visual diaries. And so drawing for me is a way of thinking through, and some of the drawing is intentional. I just want to, I mean, these are historical drawings that reflect the landscape, but I just want to go to some of my drawings. Some of these drawings are intentional, like here, where you craft and you plan an image. You basically sculpt an image into being. But some of the drawings are automatic. So these drawings I included in the last exhibition that I had. But to the people that came to the exhibition, I said, I never imagined that these drawings would ever be artworks in themselves. They were literally just automatic drawings, thinking through something unconsciously. But when I looked at them, they reflected the settlements I was talking about. You know, there you can see the unconscious coming through of this pattern, because what remains of this time, this past time, this deep time, is just the pattern. That's all that's there. So archaeologists come and they craft what they imagine that these landscapes mean. And of course, they have their scientific approaches. But when you arrive at these settlements, there's nothing there. There's nothing, you know, and all that remains are these patterns. And I think drawing is a mode of thinking for me. And you have different modes of drawing. So there's definitely the sculptural, the intentional drawing, but then there's the automated drawing that really for me, I mean, you see these drawings in color because I give them color, but when I draw them, they're just in my visual diary, something like, I want to, oh, I didn't include it here, but they're automatic. So you have different modes of drawing to answer your question. But the importance of drawing, I think is the backbone of all arts. And it's a mode of thinking. Very important to my own work. And I think in terms of histories, retrieving histories, thinking about deep time, obviously drawings made by people long ago are helping us think with and against the histories that we have today. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
It looks like we're gonna have to close up soon, but I do know we have a question from Zoom as well.
Hi, my question is for Christian. I really enjoyed the piece that you spoke about. I think it was the house with the soundscape. And my question was, how do you connect language, like a language that you don't know, but how do you feel language is a crucial part in understanding our own identities, but as well as connecting to others? Because I think expression through, like, we all speak English, but the way we speak is different. But yet when we hear another language, we don't really connect, but we can hear. So how do you go about that and understanding, you know, what it means to you? You're muted.
You're muted, it's fine.
Sorry. Yeah, I think it's central to a lot of this conversation. Language is really important. It carries so much in it. And for me, like, I grew up in South Africa in a country with 11 official languages, and I can only speak English. Like, I did Zulu to matric, but my Zulu is terrible. Like, I'm so aware of what happens when, like, everything gets translated into English, and how much I guess how much I know I'm missing in the process. There's that kind of one directional, sort of one size fits all imagination. Be it just the fact that there are McDonald's all over the globe, or the fact that every airport you step into looks the same, or the fact that, like, when you need to regulate, like, if you're trying to travel somewhere, all the documents you need, you know, you present yourself in a very particular kind of way, as if we can only be, you know, we want the passport to the modern sort of citadel, and this is the way we need to be, and this is, and like, yeah, so for me, that awareness of not being able to speak the language, like the fact that I can't speak Sesotho, when that plays, like, through Tumelo's work, I guess what's important for me is a desire to know more in some way, and not necessarily like to know, but just to be aware of my own difference, and not to assume that things need to, like, be translated for me. You know, the work is to be done on my side, not the other way around. And that's, I guess, my entry into thinking about language and all of its other ramifications.
Thank you.
One final question from the Zoom before we wrap up. There was a question for you, Sven, to recount the video you recommended on YouTube. The person didn't get the name written down.
Yeah, please. That's a great video. It's Lawrence Abu Hamdan's Contradiction, Speech Against Itself. I can pull it up and share screen if it helps. Wait, there's and you can just, like, take a photograph or something. But look, I think also if you're willing to spend the time, go read his PhD thesis. It's called Oral Contract Investigations at the Threshold of Audibility. And here we go. Wait, sorry. Share. Sorry, I'm getting this wrong.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody here.
Can you see that? No.
Hakeve for inviting me and organizing. Great. Shall we begin? Shall we begin, Mr. Teleprompter? Okay. When programmers were first programming computers to recognize speech for speech-to-text applications, the biggest challenge they faced was getting to the same language.
Computer heard each person as if they were speaking their own unique language. The physical properties of speech unique to each speaking body.
Cool. I don't know if you managed to catch that, but
It's there. Thank you. I don't know who I need to. I mean, as the chair/speaker, I just want to say thank you, Sven. Thank you to Mabongi for her presentation. And we were very happy to share our perspectives. And it is special that both South Africa and Canada had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And I think this is something that is needed in many parts of the world. South Africa's was not perfect. There are questions that still hang in the balance, but it is a starting place, is a place of reference. We are adding to the archive of material, you know, and I think as people involved in the arts, we know what archives mean for the time that they are made, but also for the future. You know, if to pick up on the beginning, you know, the futures that we want to create. And I think archives, though they are imperfect, participating in making them. And I think this is what commissions like the TRC in South Africa and Canada have done or can continue to do. And I don't know who I can give over to, but thank you for the opportunity that you've given us.
All right. Thank you, speakers. That was amazing words that you shared with us, and our minds are already spinning. We still got the whole rest of the day to go through. So we'll just take a quick 10-minute break because we're running already running over time, and we want to make sure you guys are well fed at lunch so you can go get something at the break. So yeah, we'll just take 10 minutes and then stick around for my panel, which I'm very, very proud of, navigating Turtle Island. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
How's it going? Yeah, has he had it yet or no?
No, no. I'm using.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I didn't know what to do with this.
So much. That's perfect. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna do a little practice session with them.
Okay.
Yep.
Appreciate you big
My
time.
friend, you're so good. You know, you did hear, right? That memorial presentation did not. There's no sound on it.
Did we, it was,
I'm starting with the keynote, and then you go. Is that okay?
Oh, okay.
Because he's gonna plug it and do the thingy right now.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Let me just put this away.
You good?
Yep.
You nervous?
No, I just thought I was starting, so I'll just, no problem at all.
Okay. That's it's fine. I mean, I could next. Oh, you want to?
so should. So let's just, you know, and what I'm gonna do.
You're gonna do two. One.
Okay, and then.
And then when we put you see the
Yeah, now I just have to do. Play.
you
Okay,
escape.
this is not the keynote.
Yeah, that's the keynote. Okay. This is the window of the keynote. We close it. No, this is the
Okay, now
keynote.
press play. Oh, weird.
You know, it's here, but it's not there. You have to move it. It happened once at first. See, I told you.
No, I know. It's the, yeah.
It's crazy how they have.
Okay.
There
So,
we are. Yeah, we are there.
okay.
And then I see the, yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, if, you know, I don't know if Mimi was expecting to go first or whatever, or, I mean, it doesn't, we can just leave your thing up here too.
Yeah, that's, it's up to her. Where is she now?
Yeah.
I think she's a little bit nervous.
Oh, it just went to sleep? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we woke it up. We didn't have to like review it.
We'll be just talking to nothing.
Yeah, it's okay.
Keep it light. So
All right, everybody, we'll just get started again. I know some probably people are outside still milling about, but just due to time, I want to be careful for the lunch break. So thank you. Welcome to my panel titled Navigating Turtle Island. It's organized and presented by the AGP, Aboriginal Gathering Place, plus the Jake Kerr Faculty of Graduate Studies at Emily Carr University. This panel discussion focuses on Indigenous theoretical strategies that are supported by the Emily Carr University of Art and Design faculty members, Mimi Gelman and Pat Vera. The artist-academic pair use their traditional cultural practices originating from within their Indigenous backgrounds to enrich their work at Emily Carr. They engage in multidisciplinary art practices that explore First Nations art histories, Indigenous cosmological studies, spirituality, and ceremonial work, Native medicine, and worldviews in their research, both within the classroom and beyond. This discussion is moderated by me, Dana Warren. So first I'll introduce Pat Vera, which she will present first. Pat Vera, she, they pronouns, is a Latinx queer Paraguayan, Guarani, mestiza architect, I had to practice that, designer, researcher, and educator with extensive multidisciplinary professional practice in South America and Canada. Her work stands at the intersection of systems thinking, service design, and climate action, embodying a commitment to promote sustainable and inclusive futures. Her current research is supported by the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada and focuses on the incorporation of Indigenous practice research as a decolonial practice, introducing new and re-emergent technologies and the application of systems, thinking, and design to address ecological and social challenges. Please welcome Pat Vera.
Hello, it's working. Ba Aisha pa, Sherera hae Padvera, Chehae Petain Kunya, Uvuyo para, Benoyoya, Ashokorapi, Ko Arapuahu, Shanye Sendendive, Amomeuta Sheteta, Tembiasakwe. Hello, thanks so much for being here. My name is Pat Vera. The language that you just heard is my Guarani native language. I'm a Latinx queer, color Paraguayan Guarani mestiza, which means mixed race. Before we start, I want to acknowledge the lands. I was born on the traditional and stolen territories of my ancestors, the Guarani peoples in Asunción, Paraguay. I live and work in Turtle Island, on the ancestral and traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, the Tsleil-Waututh, the Musqueam, and the Squamish nations. I honor with gratitude the past, present, and future of these nations, and I acknowledge the unceded indigenous sovereignty of these lands, which means that they were never ceded, never ceded. So where do we start? Mamopa Ronyampuru. Ronyampuru ta yopo indive, with reciprocity. With utmost respect to the many worlds that we represent, and with the purpose of bridging over our different cosmologies, I aim to connect and converse with you within the succinct moment of this presentation. I also want to kindly invite you to be an active participant of this dialogical moment, in which I want you to explore with me through storytelling the experience of Yopoi, which means reciprocity in Guarani. The artwork that you will see along the presentation are part of my cartographic studies of language and place that I've been working along the past 4 years and now within my doctoral studies. Yopoi is an experimental iteration of a participatory design method that I utilize in my practice-based research, in which through prompts, ask questions, we will engage in the reciprocity of thinking and reflecting together, building a story with memories of this day that we share as we encounter ourselves on this place. While we build our Yopoi, I will introduce to you my Guarani cosmology, which is situated in the geopolitical location of Paraguay, my homeground, speaking to you here in Turtle Island, my homeland. Canada and Paraguay are two cosmological landscapes that hold me and shape me. Etayo Andive, worlding the world. We will explore together how, through language, as land, maybe we can world the world. I want to tell you about the stories of my land, Paraguay, which means the place of the big water, and the indivisible connection of land and language in our Guarani cosmology, where a situated plurality locates being living in a world of many worlds. I'll show you these worlds through the images of a project that I did in 2022 in La Chacarita, a marginalized neighborhood in Asunción when I was born. Some pictures of this project will share this space with us through the presentation. Lastly, I want to acknowledge that this presentation will navigate between different languages through translation. Spanish and Guarani are my mother tongues, and English is my fourth language after French, my first diasporic language in Turtle Island. I hope my voice reaches you with clarity and conveys my gratitude for the gift of your presence here today. We live in a world of many worlds. Hetate taro watahiari, hetate taro yapo, ime hetate ta yapu, ome hetate ta añete. Abambarete omondaba ekwe umitenda, aekwera wara año. Orero ipota peteite ta yo andive, copeteite ta roipota, uerecota hetate ta uniondive. Many worlds are work in the world. Many worlds are made. Many worlds make us. There are worlds and words that are lights and injustices. There are words and worlds that are truthful and true. In the world of the powerful, there is room only for the big and their helpers. In the world we want, everybody fits. The world we want is a world in which many worlds fit. Brazilian Guarani mestiza Vanessa Machado de Oliveira argues that within modernity, we are conditioned to want to cover everything with a heavy blanket of fixed meanings, to index reality in language, to word the world. She continues saying that Karl Micah, a Maori philosopher and friend, suggests that instead of wording the world, when language manifests as an entity, it worlds the world. And this opens other possibilities for experiencing existence within the world. Mohawk scholar Sandra Stiers says that land is an articulation of ancient knowledges grounded in the experiences of self in relationship to place. Indigenous literacy is based on reading the cosmos and all the things around us that are not necessarily the written word. Therefore, perhaps worlding the world is embracing diverse worldviews through languages that speak to us as voices of the lands that sustain us. So this is my fair Yopoi exercise for you. What is land to you? Think of the land that you come from and the lands that hold you. Think also on your relations to these lands. Keep this thought as a memory with you. Thank you. This is land for me. The Taremeu land bordering. To delve further into our relationship to land, I want to share with you a methodology that I utilize in my work and that I call land bordering, which studies the transmission of memories and lived experiences as they connect to the land and to the intersections, the borderlands, that influence those experiences. It is important to clarify that in my studies, I redefine borderlands as cultural borders, the intersectional margins of class, race, gender, color, and sexual identity that shapes one's positionality, functioning as multiple and imbricated social and political identities. Borderlands determine how we are perceived and how we interact in our communities. For visible minorities, these borderlands become many times a reason to be marginalized or discriminated. I propose that by situating ourselves on the lands that we inhabit, but also acknowledging the lands that we come from, we can start recognizing our own positionality and our borderlands as part of a situated plurality. This situated plurality recognizes the importance of situated knowledges and the existence of multiple cosmologies in the world, that the borderlands that position marginalized voices, including indigenous voices, as the others in the Western world, can be recognized within that plurality as valid social, political identities. This opens space for what Sean Wilson calls in the indigenous research paradigm, relational accountability. It allows for opportunities to build kinships based on reciprocal values that come from the acknowledgement of the lands and the multiplicity of ways of knowing and being that exist in the world. Sorry, I'll take some water. Running out of life. I also recognize that language is part of the land and that language is the source of knowledge creation. Language activates the connections that we have as beings with the world and with other beings. As an example, language serves as a means to situate and reaffirm the identity and cultural indigenous knowledge of the Guarani peoples. Language is embodied in the Guarani being. Therefore, as Okanagan indigenous scholar Janet Armstrong says, land constantly speaks. It is constantly communicating. We survive and thrive by listening to its teachings, to its language, and then through inventing human words to retell its stories to our succeeding generations. We must listen to the land to retell our stories. So this is my second question for you. What is language for yourself? Think of the language that you use to speak in your head, as my 8-year-old son Oliver says. Think also on your language and its relations to your land or lands. Keep this thought as a memory with you. Thank you. This is land. Language, Nye. Nye means language in Guarani. Language is learned through relationships. It is storied, using story as a verb. It is passed on through generation, and as in art and design, it is perfected with practice. Therefore, language is more than just the written or oral realm. It is also gestures, landscapes, memories, beliefs, and sentiments. It is how we come to be in the world amid our human and non-human relations. Language is place, language is land. And language is land in our Guarani cosmology, in which we have two souls. The soul of the body, called A, and the soul of the spirit called Nye, which means language, sound with sense. The Tecoporán, el buen vivir, or good living, is the Guarani way of living, where the two souls coexist through an embodied experience with the land, in the plurality of meanings of a world of many worlds. The Nye, or language, as the soul of the spirit, connects to our Siwasu, our Mother Earth, through relational accountability. This soul is located in the throat, and it expresses itself in an embodied practice through speaking, singing, praying, dancing, reflecting. It is embodying and asserting the unequivocal and unalterable unity of soul, body, and spirit in our Guarani cosmology. I speak my Guarani language today after hundreds of years of colonization, 536. After the theft of our lands and displacement of our indigenous cultures, thanks to the intrinsic relationships that our many great grandmothers had with the land. I argue that the Guarani language serves as a technology, a way of doing, a tool that functions from the tacit knowledge that comes from its deep connections to the land as a living being. This develops relationships and kinships and preserves cultural knowledges and ancestral material practices. The Guarani language is activated until today by the work and voices of indigenous women and their motherhood lineages that had been speaking it, dancing it, praying it, crying it, and singing with it for generations. Since last year, I'm working with indigenous women lideresas in Paraguay to unpack the technology of Guarani language. Through storytelling and making together, we are building respectful and reciprocal relationships of Yoboy. So, my third question, what is technology to you? Think of your practice, what you do, what are the technologies that you use? Think of the unexpected ones. And please keep this thought as a memory with you. This is technology for me. doing it. There you go. Lastly, to conclude, I want to recognize that Indigenous ways of knowing and being are valid and current, and that they are non-conformative with the structures and canons of the so-called Western paradigm. They speak from their plurality of meanings and from their Indigenous sovereignty and from the land, and that Indigenous peoples are the ones to tell their stories. Therefore, if we start listening to Indigenous peoples and the language of our lands that speak the words of our Siwasu, our Mother Earth, futuring and worlding our world is possible. And as Indigenous leader Ayrton Krenak says, then we can have more stories to tell and postpone the demise of our world. So please, remember that the memories that we created today are our story, which stayed as a memory of us in an act of reciprocity. We embrace ourselves in kinship through distant cosmologies that reach out to each other in their numinous proximity, where temporality means that we are here and we will be again in a time that starts where it ends. My Guarani language transcends from its orality to a space of its two souls, the soul of the body and the soul of the spirit, a human sense that is imbricated with the notion of human spirituality in a world where words live a plurality of multiple meanings. And from that plurality, we follow the embodied languages of the land, that sounds and knowledges that made us and that allowed you and me to walk this journey today so we can hopefully world the world together. I thank you immensely for allowing me the gift of your company today. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pat. I will ask Mimi to come up. And while she's making her way up here, I'll just quickly read her bio. Dr. Mimi Gelman is a visual artist and educator of Anishinaabe, Métis, and Jewish heritage. Mimi's interdisciplinary work in architectural glass, drawing, painting, and conceptual installation explores phenomenology and technologies of intuition through as an embodied practice of walking and mapping, and through works and installation that point to the animacy and agency of the objects. Her cosmological orientation, her Anishinaabe, Métis worldview, and the language that expresses it dispossesses, wow, holy, her to be open to the reality of the spirit and life of objects and their ability to communicate across thresholds. Thank you, Mimi Gelman.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you, Dana. I just want to make sure my voice is okay. And I just, how do I let's see, like this? Yes, I just wanted to check. Bonjour, Anin, Tansei, Sego, Segoli. Good morning, Mimi Gelman, Animki, Kwe, Indigenikas. Toronto, Shigo, Rat River Settlement, Manitoba. Thank you. Rat River Settlement, Manitoba, Shigoslonim, Russia, Indonjaba, Medwewe, Indodam, Ashkenaze, Anishinaabe, Métis, Kwe, Indao. By way of introduction, I'm an artist, designer, and scholar of Anishinaabe, Métis, and Jewish heritage. I have just introduced myself in Anishinaabe, Moin, my mother's language, in order to situate myself. It is the way that one traditionally introduces oneself in Anishinaabe culture, in relationship to place, to land, family, community, and clan. The translation is, good day. My name is Mimi Gelman. My ceremonial name is Thunder. My family hails from Rat River Settlement, Manitoba on my mother's side, and Slonim, Russia on my father's, and I sit with the Rattlesnake Clan. In introducing myself this way, I am calling all of my relations into the room to recognize me and to help me with this endeavor. Thank you for inviting me to share my work and thoughts with you today on these beautiful territories, these beautiful traditional unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. In this brief presentation that follows, I'll be showing you images of my work and the work of both Indigenous and settler artists whose work speaks to world building, decolonization, and the embrace of Indigenous cosmological perspectives and protocols. In general, I won't be speaking to these images directly, but rather have included them as an expression of my perspectives and a means of creating a visual, energetic field that aligns with and anchors my words and thoughts. And to begin with, I'm already going to go off script, as is usual for me. And I just want to bridge the beautiful presentation by Sikol and Sven and Maboni and my beautiful sister and colleague, Patricia Vera. And these are the things that I heard. Power, power imbalances, the power of love, the inconsolability of loss, the field of linguistic possibility, the problems with language, the incommensurability of language, the importance of community and the collective, mourning and its proximity and to mourning and its relationship to proximity and distance, deep time and the land, structural injustices, land dispossession, land back, emancipatory potential, photography as a colonial and imperial apparatus, terra nullius, empty land, a counter history of visuality, talking back to the colonial moment, agency and withholding, resonance and slowing down, drawing as thinking, storytelling and reciprocity, and the reciprocity of thinking and working together, worlding the world, language worlds the world, language is knowledge, is situated knowledge, language as technology, and land as a living being. And all of these notions and concepts I found in the first beautiful panel and in Pat Barra's work. So let me begin with my presentation. I've been thinking long and hard about this gathering and the question of world building. What does it mean to build a world, to envision a world otherwise? One that is not predicated on the wholesale commodification of knowledge and the privileging of one world over another. One that considers and cares for the earth and the other than human. One that embraces multiplicity and the enactment of extravagant kindness. And to some of you, this notion of kindness in a world that is so cruel, so extractive, so singular, may sound naive at best, but I'd like to make a case for a different way forward. I'm sorry, I'm beginning my presentation. For some reason, it's just off its little. Oh, I can do it from here? Thank you. I'm beginning my presentation with a quote from the late quantum physicist David Peat, whose perspectives have deeply influenced me. Pete was shaped by his association and work with the scientist David Bohm, the Blackfoot scholar and knowledge keeper Leroy Little Bear, and the philosopher Krishnamurti. Oh, to be a fly on the wall when they were dialoguing together. I had the privilege of studying with Pete in 2011 during my PhD work in cultural studies in a course on the relationship between art, science, and the sacred. The openness, interdisciplinarity, and pluriversality of our discussions during my course with him led me to embrace a way of thinking and doing that honored both my Anishinaabe Métis perspectives while also considering other cosmologies and philosophical paradigms. And this is the important notion, the bringing together of worlds to envision the creation of new worlds. Last week, I had one of those delightful and illuminating conversations in the hallways of Emily Carr U with a brilliant South American colleague of mine. In our banter, we discussed coloniality, decolonizing strategies, and a recent move by institutions in Canada to use Potawatomi botanist Robin Wall Kimmerer's seminal text, Braiding Sweetgrass, as a guide to decolonize the academy. Well, my colleague expressed his doubts and displeasure that this book seemed to be central to strategies of decolonization, but saying that it was too easy, too poetic, too accommodating. And it set me to thinking about what we're doing here and to a significant understanding that this business of world building must have at its core a diverse range of methodologies and pathways, each with their own way of shifting the cognitive imperialism that is our present condition. What is so outstanding about Kimmerer's text is that it communicates through the connection to people's hearts and spirits. She helps us to feel what is wrong with the world, and this moves us into action. The Mi'kmaq scholar and linguist Dr. Marie Batiste states, quote, "The cognitive imperialism is a form of cognitive manipulation used to disclaim other knowledge bases and values, validated through one's knowledge base and empowered through public education. It has been the means by which whole groups of people have been denied existence and have had their wealth confiscated. Cognitive imperialism denies peoples their language, cultural integrity by maintaining the legitimacy of only one language, one culture, one frame of reference. And although I stated that I wouldn't be speaking to the images directly, I would like to unpack this one. The image that you see before you is taken from an extraordinary exhibition entitled Black Mirror, Espejo Negro, by Mexican artist and Duke University professor Pedro Lash. Lash paired 16 pre-Columbian sculptures from the Nasher Museum of Art with 11 reproductions of Spanish Renaissance paintings exhibited under Black panes of glass. The pre-Columbian sculptures were turned away from the colonial gaze. They were the glass reflected in the Black Mirror the Aztec sculptures, the Renaissance paintings, and also, to my surprise, the audience that was viewing the work. What resulted was an incredible doubling or tripling, a representation of the encounter between pre-Columbian and Spanish cultures. And as viewers to this exhibition, we were simultaneously witnesses to coloniality and its oppressions, and also simultaneously implicated. And this brings me to the question, how does language come into play in world building? Why is the revitalization of Indigenous languages so important to this business of world building? How do we address a language of classification that reifies the separation between beings, between all the constituent elements of the universe? How can we do justice when the language of our research and educational system itself, in this case, English, embodies and perpetuates colonial systems of oppression and power. I'm faced with the knowledge that many Indigenous perspectives cannot be sufficiently communicated in English, as these complex ways of knowing are deeply embedded within the matrix of Indigenous languages. Many Indigenous languages are verb-based, in contrast with Western languages' noun-based constructions, and these have deep implications for the development of one's worldview. In my language, a tree is not separate from the wind that blows through its leaves. Potawatomi author and scholar Robin Wall-Kimmerer likewise introduces us to the importance of Indigenous languages as ones intrinsically connected to place, stating, to be native to a place, we must learn to speak its language. For Indigenous peoples, language is a form of vibrational energy whose sounds emerged from the cosmos. The connection of breath, spirit, and wind is specifically illuminating with regard to Indigenous languages. It emphasizes the significance of orality for Indigenous peoples and the importance of protecting and encouraging orality in all of its forms: stories, song, chanting, and prayer, as these are all manifestations of the spirit as breath. The breath of the human being, the breath of the planet, and as nature as wind. Ultimately, the notion of breath as an embodied spirit expresses with such clarity the presence of and the unfolding of the interdependent laws of nature. Kimmerer conveys, quote, that language reminds us in every sentence of the kinship with all of the animate world. English, and we're talking about Anishinaabe Mawin, English does not give us many tools for incorporating respect for animacy. In English, you are either a human being or a thing. Our grammar boxes us in by the choice of reducing a non-human being to an it, or it must be gendered inappropriately as she or he. Where are the words in English for the simple existence of another living being? Our understanding is further described by Anishinaabe scholar Paul Bourgeois, quote, the Anishinaabe have no term for the separation of man, nature, or this subject-object dichotomy in their language, because there is no nature or environment as such understood to be separate from the self. In my initial research, this is Paul Bourgeois speaking, in the Anishinaabe Mawin dictionaries, I did not find words for art, philosophy, mind, and knowledge. There is certainly religion, art, and philosophy in Anishinaabe life. However, they exist as abstract nouns. What I'm talking about is a completely different worldview, a worldview where we relate and interconnect everything with a minido, spirit, a spirit dwelling in everything. Which brings me to think about this Western world where materiality is privileged over spirit. We live in a world that privileges our intellect over all of our other senses. And I'm learning that there are many Indigenous cultures that have more than 5 senses. My Hawaiian grad students introduced me to at least 9 senses or guiding principles that exist in Hawaiian ontologies, which include, along with sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste, na'au, and here I apologize to my Hawaiian colleagues, na'au, that sense that is connected to the belly button, and I say this because my pronunciation is probably not correct, kulaiwi, that sense that connects to local knowledge systems, au apa, that sense that relates to methods of timekeeping, and mo'o, the one that relates to the passing of knowledge. How different this is from Western sense-making. I would like to share 3 Anishinaabe concepts that rise to the surface and that guide me to walk in a world in a good way and to think about how to build a new world. The first two are the Anishinaabe concepts of Minobimadzewin, leading a healthy way of life or a good life, and Kandasewin, how we come to know. Minobimadzewin talks about the interrelationships between all things. Laura Horton, a Ojibwe educator and director of the Seven Generations Education Institute in Kenora, Ontario, expresses the philosophy of Minobimadzewin and Kandasewin through 7 distinct concepts. This includes balancing one's relationships with the surrounding environment, the more than human beings, and the inner physical, emotional, and spiritual needs of the human condition. She highlights the importance of learning Anishinaabe language because she says language is our original way of speaking, our way of processing and expressing thought. It is our way of communicating with the Creator, with the Spirit, and with one another. She speaks about Anishinaabe thinking, that our beliefs and our way of perceiving and formulating thought have a foundation in Anishinaabe philosophy and worldviews. She talks about Anishinaabe being, that our behavior, our values, and our way of living as Anishinaabe people are connected to the earth and in relationship to all creation. She talks about Anishinaabe and Awendawin, Anishinaabe relating, is our way of relating to each other and all of creation. It is an all-inclusive relationship that honors the interconnectedness of all our relations and recognizes and honors the human place and responsibility within the family of creation. And the last two are Anishinaabe Kigindasawin, is our knowledge or way of knowing, that our knowledge comes from our origins, way of life, and worldview, and Anishinaabe doing, which is that we take action and the life skills that we need to be Anishinaabe build this quality of living in community. And I'm sorry, lastly, our connection and relationship to land, which is the primary shaper of Anishinaabe identity. So these protocols and ways of doing and being and making call us to always be mindful of the impact of our actions and worlds and thoughts and our responsibility to all our relations. The last concept is an important one and one that I talk to my students about, and that is Biskabiang, which is loosely translated as never leaving any part of yourself behind. Biskabiang describes the experience of having been on a long journey, then reaching the point of returning home, returning to ourselves. It emphasizes the importance of honoring our lineages and ways of living and doing and making. It tells us to bring all of ourselves to the fore, our intellect, our bodies, our physicality, our emotions, and our spirit, as all of these contribute and inform who we are and how we should walk in the world in a good way. Which brings me back to the beginning and to the question of how we do this work of indigenization and decolonization. And here I come upon another problematic use of language. Are we reifying the condition of colonial oppressions by bringing this forward this term and its adjacent ramifications, by restating this word of decolonization over and over and over again? Is decolonization a concept that disempowers rather than frees and transforms? The Maori scholar Graham Smith suggests that these attempts at decolonizing retain a focus on the colonizer. And here I turn to the Maori scholar Brendan Hokowitu from his essay, Indigenous Existentialism and the Body, where he states, quote, "Perhaps then decolonization should focus on the continued inhabitants of Indigenous consciousness by a will to resist the colonizer, whether she or he be imaginary or not. Consciousness by a will to resist for such a dialectic is not a healthy state of mind. Constant referral to the power another holds over oneself can only lead to the state where Indigenous peoples romanticize a pure colonial past, are anxiety risen in the present dialectic, and resigned to a future where our identities will be tied to an eternal colonial past. I contend that in creating new worlds, we have to wrench ourselves from the shackles of identification with the dominant world of influence and define ourselves through systems of knowledge and ways of being and walking in the world that honor our lineages, ones that bring forward an ethics of kinship, relationality, and respect for a pluriverse of knowledges. We need to enact a philosophy of extravagant kindness and an abundant sharing of our stories, our histories, and our ways of doing and thinking otherwise. As the Anishinaabe writer and activist Leanne Simpson affirms, quote, storytelling is at its core decolonizing because it is a process of remembering, visioning, and creating a just reality. Storytelling then becomes a lens through which we can envision our way out of cognitive imperialism, where we can create models and mirrors where none existed, where we can experience the spaces of freedom and justice. Oral storytelling becomes an even more important vehicle in the creation of free cognitive spaces, because the physical act of gathering a group of people together within our territories reinforces the webs of relationships that stitch our communities together, end quote. Storytelling brings to light nation-specific perspectives and narratives which highlight our personal embodied experiences. We understand that stories arise from the land and are constituted by the places in which they occur, and that we, in turn, are constituted by them. Our stories fill us with imagination and hope and vision and take hold of us, telling us who and what we are, and ultimately how to behave as human beings, as members of communities and lands and nations. In closing, I want to reiterate that in imagining new worlds, we need to bring forward our stories and our ways of knowing and being into the world in order to shift that dominant singular narrative of existence. We need to acknowledge that we as humans don't have all the answers, and to turn to the earth and to our other than human relatives, our plant and animal relatives, the two-legged and the four-legged ones, the ones that fly and crawl and swim, and look to them for our guidance and the knowledge that they hold. We need to share the wisdom of our ancestral languages and knowledges and the profound understanding of the web of interconnectivity that holds us all. We need to be extravagantly kind and generous to one another, and to be grateful for all that our Mother, the Earth, has provided for us. We need to live in a way that the Earth will be thankful for us. As I observe and enact these practices of Bamadzawin, protocols for living in a good way, and Biskabiyang, bringing my whole person forward, mind, body, spirit, and emotions, I experience the deep interconnectedness of my being, my life and my work and my purpose, honoring all my relations. I feel the support of these influences as they guide me to walk in a good way and help me to imagine new and more expansive worlds. Nikenegana.
Great, thank you, Mimi. I'll have you two come over here. So I'll just maybe start off with a couple questions, and then we'll open it up to the audience and people online. Hopefully there's still lots of people tuning in. Yeah, very incredible presentations, and it's so nice to get to hear a deeper understanding and description of the work that you do. I think you're both very talented and intelligent and really care about the world. So thank you for that and sharing your information with us. So I guess the big one is, and you kind of already answered it in your presentation, but I just thought maybe I'd circle back and let maybe Pat has some words of wisdom to share with us as well. And even in the titling of our future worlding, visualizing decolonial futures, Mimi and I had talked about this at length about what decolonization, is it still centering the colonial, using that word? And I had read from another Maori artist that she was really going for the idea of re-indigenization, or indigenization, so to start centering it on the indigenous. So yeah, so I'm just curious if you have any thoughts around that and maybe ways that you think that we could break down that word decolonial a little more.
Thank you, Dana, and thanks so much for you also. You're an amazing colleague, and I really appreciate, and I'm very happy for your work here and your support to all Indigenous people in our community. I think, Mimi said it so well. Decolonization is something that, as a word, is centering on the colonial. And I think that in my work, I tried to move away to thinking of being angry to the colonial desires that existed and that created these landscapes that we are situated in right now. The Americas, as we call it, they were shaped with two big colonial industries that were the British one and the Spanish one, right? And then I think that if we start thinking of embracing the different cosmologies that we carry and not only focusing on, the bad, but also the positive. And like you also said, Mimi, like, let's be kind to each other. The power of kindness is way more powerful than all these other enterprises that keep persisting of setting themselves as systems within our world. And we know also that because of how we are perceiving and how our Mother Earth is also talking to us, are perceiving like the state of our planetary ecologies, we need to be active. We need to act upon, going back to that care that as humans we had as part of just being human within, our relationship to lands. And that comes from, I believe, Indigenous knowledges. And when we talk about Indigenous knowledges, I want to say something that, I'm very happy and humble and honored to be part of the team of the Indigenous Presence course that we teach here at Emily Carr. That was something that, Mimi was the engine there that started that group. And I always tell my students that we come from people, and we have people after us. We all have ancestors, no matter what. We all have people that are gonna be after us. So we need to take care of, this one beautiful mother that we have, right? Thank you.
Do you want to add anything more, Mimi?
Just add a little bit. Pat is speaking about this course that has become a sort of a marvelous foundational course at Emily Carr. And when I was thinking about this course, I decided to look at courses across Canada on Indigenous peoples. And so I audited a number of courses. And these courses were really good. I learned so much, but there was something that was bothering me. and it took me a while to get it, and that was this focus on the colonizer. And so the majority, or in many of these courses, there was so much about the harms that happened. Those are true. There were terrible, terrible harms here. But I kept thinking about, how come we're talking about these harms so much and not what we have given to the world as Indigenous peoples from time immemorial? Why aren't we focusing on that? Yes, we have to. There's no way that one can do a foundational class on Indigenous peoples and not say, this happened here. And so out of the 13 weeks, there are 2 classes. This happened here 1, and this happened here 2. And of course, when we're talking about indigeneity and making and knowledge systems, those things come back in, but they are no longer the focus. And so we are focused on the bringing forward of Indigenous knowledges, indigenization, and also this idea of biskabiang, which is to always bring all of yourself to the fore. And I know that in many academies, you know, the emotions that you wouldn't even think about bringing up the word the sacred or spirit. That's anathema, right? We don't talk about that. We talk through our intellect. And as Indigenous peoples, we talk through the fullness of ourselves. So I'll leave it at that.
Great, thanks, Mimi. Some of the other things I was thinking about, I love the little vignettes in your presentation, the video pieces. And I was just thinking about the technology and beaver technology, but also it reminded me of Cease Weiss's work, and she talks a lot about plant technology. So I'm just kind of riffing here, but I'm trying to think about world building in relation to spirit or ceremony, and if maybe you guys have things you want to share around that as well.
Just going to tell a little story about that because you're talking about Cease Weiss and knowledges and those beautiful. I have to say that they were my favorite part of the day, those beautiful clips, because all of a sudden we were all joined together in this beautiful world that we have. And now am I going to forget my little story? No, okay, so this idea that knowledges come from the land. I was doing a 4-year Indigenous plant medicine camp over 4 summers. And part of what we were being asked to do is to go and sit with a plant for, an hour. And so my elder, Edna Manitowabi, said, Animki, you go here, you go here, you go here, you go here. And she walked off and she put me leaning against the south side of a black spruce. She said, sit here, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to ask you, yes, what is this plant medicine or what is this plant used for? I went, oh my God. Oh my God. And I was really nervous because I was not attuned to relating to the natural world in this way. And fast forward, I'm sitting, nothing's coming, nothing's coming, nothing's coming. And then I see Edna walking towards me. And in that moment, because I was so nervous, my mind disappeared. My intellect left me. And what arose was eczema. This medicine is for eczema. And it came out, and I said, Edna, eczema. And she went, good girl. And that's what it was. And so what I'm trying to illustrate here is how we depend so much on that, call it a sense or a way of a methodology, a way of being in the world. And we forget that we can attune ourselves otherwise.
Thank you, Mimi. I knew you had a story for, yeah, I know you. I think that, just because I think that when we talk about knowledge as something that it's related directly to the intellect, again, we are narrowing the system within the particular ways that we had been, all of us, including me, educated in the Western world, right? And we know much more than what we think, and the relationship that we have. And like I said, like being human is inherent to being of the land, being with the land, being in relationship with our ancestors, with all those histories that we carry, and that we need to, give ourselves, like Mimi, like the time to take out that kind of mindset that we have to be related to everything that comes from that cognitive part of our body, but to let our soul, to let our spirits talk. And we all, as humans, have that. It's not something that, it's just, like, I think you said it one time in one of your lectures, like the crazy thing of indigenous people that talk about the dead and the spirits, right? Going back to that, I think that, yeah, it's just allowing us to be ourselves and try to, reconnect to people and to our lands.
Pat, just to add to some of the ideas that was brought up was words of reciprocity, relational. So just for our South African relatives that are joining us online and in person, a lot of our way of thinking, the Indigenous way of thinking within Canada, is relational, thinking about what is our relatives, considering like cousins, our land cousin, our animal cousins, insect cousins, all that type of thing. So, so it's all more of a circular way of thinking rather than a linear way of thinking, which I'm sure you can relate to. So, so I'm going to open it up to the audience, or if anything's online. Yeah. Okay. Do you need a mic for her? Well, right now we'll take the online question.
We have a question from Emily Butler, and they are asking, how best can we all share knowledge without using colonial languages?
I'm not sure that I can really answer that question, because that's how we're inculcated. We have the languages that we have. So I'm thinking, because one of the things that I have been wanting to do since I have been on this beautiful territory is learn some of the words in the language, and also learn how to introduce myself in the 3 host nation languages. I think that we need to go back to our original languages, and certainly, for Europeans, they also have wisdom embedded in their languages that has been elided. So I would say, when my presentation was called Looking Back into the Future, I think we all have extraordinary ancestral knowledges that this dominant singularity of our world has elided. And so I think that we can go back, each and every one of us, to our lineages to find those beautiful ways of relating.
Well, like Mimi said, I think that, it's also unfair to take in languages like English or Spanish or French and so on as within just one definition of colonial languages. They are not. They are also indigenous languages of their lands. And if we start reconnecting to that ancestry of who we come from or where we come from, we start connecting to that humanity that we were talking about before, right? It's just understanding that we have and what we are much more than just this system, this, modern colonial capitalist, whatever we can call it, system that we are embedded in for not that many years as well. I mean, it's something that can change, and it changed. The world have been changing, and we have been, as also a humankind, to going back to the fact that we are in the reciprocity of being together, of being people, of being of this one kind, that we also have to acknowledge that, right? And that's our indigeneity to our planet.
I have another story that just came up and into my head, and it came from a class that I gave called Decolonial Aesthetics. And I told my students, by the way, it was a hybrid class, so critical studies mostly. And I said, but at the end, you're all artists and designers. You're not going to write me a paper. You're going to create an artwork that represents that you've decolonized your lens. And all the students went, yay, fantastic, and art making. And I said, you think that's easy? Write me an essay. And so fast forward, towards the end of the course, a young woman from a Mennonite background came to me, and she came into my office and she started to utter and she started to cry, but serious, deep sobs. And she said, Mimi, after I took this class with you, I realized I can no longer be a Christian. And I thought, oh, I said, no, wrong thinking. I said, you may have to change your church, but you can be a believer. And she said, you mean I can still believe in Jesus Christ? I said, absolutely. Because the foundational aspects of that way of being in the world, that religion, were not meant to be manifested as oppressions. I don't believe they were. And so she goes, I know what I'm going to do now. And she went away and she created a replica of a very important Emily Carr painting of the Little White Church, which is a white wooden church in front of a Pacific rainforest. It's a painting that many people know, but she made it three-dimensionally out of foam core, and she turned it upside down, and she filled it with earth, and she planted cedar trees.
It's amazing. I love your storytelling. Yeah, is anybody in the audience got some comments, questions, ideas?
Wow. Thank you so much. Just as a kind of opening comment, I've been thinking a lot about ancestral inheritance as a non-Indigenous person, and I feel quite honored to be working here and to be witnessing what I've heard today to inform my own navigation of this, which feels really complicated right now. But my question is, so I'm looking at Future Worldings up there, and I'm thinking about the pluralization and the fact that worldings is a verb, which you pointed to, Mimi. But I'm wondering, so what I'm feeling I might take away today is this idea of plurality, right? A world of many worlds. So I'm wondering if you could speak to this idea of plurality, pluralisms, multiples, because that feels like the way forward, that the kind of conventional Western approach is this singular or even dialectic, which still keeps us in a particular way of thinking. So could you speak to this idea of pluralism, plurality?
Thank you, Randy. Yeah, I'll take it first. I think when we talk about plurality of meanings in relation to language, we are talking about, language also as an entity that carries not only its own agency, but also its own knowledge, its own histories, and so on. And then when you think about language as land, then you are relating it to, where people are. So plurality, I just want to go back to something that Sean Wilson's, when he talks about indigenous research knowledge as a methodology also. When we talk about relational accountability, we talk about relations always. So you don't take people apart, and the idea of being together. So plurality is about acknowledging that we are different, that we are diverse, and that we respect that, and that we embrace it, that we are proud of who we are as well, because many times when you are part of a minority, or even like coming as an immigrant, you think that you just have to merge and be part of this idea of one identity. We carry so many identity, and I don't want to go into intersectionality also as well, but we are plural as people, and the plurality of our ways of knowing and being in the world are the the wealth that we carry, right? And I think that's what we are trying to talk about here. Thanks.
I have an exercise that I give my students. First of all, I have my students introduce themselves in their mother tongue. When they first come, if, for example, we have amazing, courageous international students whose English, is really sparse. And so if I were to have them introduce themselves, they might say, I'm Emmy, I'm from Japan. And that would be it. But when I ask them to speak their mother tongues, all of a sudden, they become themselves. They bring themselves to the fore. And then I tell them, please, everyone turn around. And, they're giving me, rolling their eyes, saying, what is this lame instructor doing? And I said, please turn around. And I said, you are looking at thousands of years of your ancestors who survived to get you here. You didn't come in empty, you're fully loaded. And so I think part of this question of plurality is the opposite of it is that singularity, that one way, that one God that seems to be dominating the colonial project that was enacted everywhere, not just here, all over the world, and that we, one by one, reclaim ourselves, reclaim our languages, honor where we've come from. That's the beginning of creating that pluriverse, or bringing, the pluriverse exists. We just have to acknowledge it. We have to honor it. So I think that's what we're talking about.
Any other questions? Oh, there's a few now. I saw Charlene Vickers put her hand up first, and then Natalia. So, and then, well, then I am conscious of time, and we're now. Yeah, Charlene's up there. Sorry. We will get to eating our lunch soon. Hopefully, people's stomachs aren't rumbling away here.
Hi. I don't really know what I'm going to say, actually, but I really love this idea of there being two spirits, the spirit of the throat and then the spirit of sort of like outside our bodies or whatever. But then that makes me think of sort of like this notion of speaking and relating within ourselves and connectivity, and how we can relate and relate to other people and situate ourselves spatially and within like a history. So I'm just wondering about like land knowledge and like how do we really seriously in a realistic way connect to land. And I always think that when we talk about land and culture and how language is related to land, that somehow exists like outside of the urban context. And So I think I really like this idea of the body and how we can find spirit and some sort of knowledge within our own bodies. I think that's really quite a beautiful way of thinking about relating, centering ourselves and grounding our own bodily knowledges. So thank you. I just wanted to say that, I guess.
Thank you, Charlene. Yeah. Well, I think you said it already. I don't have any more to, add. The only thing is that, again, it's about acknowledging also that, it's an embodied language. It's an embodied, we are not just one this. Again, we are going to talk about the one thing that we try to define ourselves so many times. I think we just have to let ourselves also be ourselves, like Mimi just said, and also that we should care about ourselves a lot, that we should understand that, being like the Guarani peoples also, when we talk about the Tecopora, which is the El Buen Vivir in many other cosmologies, also in Latin America is called, we talk about that way of embodied the land and that being part of it, and that, our spirit, our soul, which are not the same, but they are the same again, and our body is also in total relationship with that, has to do with that happiness, with that, looking into the way that we relate to land, we also reflect back how we relate to people. But we start for ourselves, as you said, it starts for ourselves. It's like just, loving ourselves and taking care of ourselves is super important as well.
I have a bit of an answer to that, and that is get on the land. And so field schools, just taking your class out of the school, whenever that happens to me, my students transform. And we're talking about the urban landscape, right? We're talking about walking in Vancouver, their perspectives change. And so I think that land-based pedagogy, I think we're beginning to understand the importance of that. Not, this is a beautiful school, so not diminishing this building, but as soon as my students get out of this building, they're thinking otherwise. So I think that, the promotion of education that is on the land, and the land and the waters will start to speak.
Natalia, did you still want to, can you put your hand up so they can see you? And we'll do one more. Leibo will take you, and then we'll wrap it up. If you have more questions, you can always approach these wonderful people during lunchtime.
Thank you so much for this. This is, sending my mind spinning. And usually when it does that, it goes to deep time. So also, thank you so much to the previous panel on talking about like time and language. And I'm wondering if we can kind of loop back to this idea of deep time and that being inherently incommensurable with colonial and linear time. Because deep time is never linear. It can't be linear. It doesn't work that way. And talk about maybe how these ideas of plurality and worldlings in the multiple relate back to that nonlinear sense of time, and how we can maybe make connection with that and the technologies that can lead to that.
How? So that's, it's a good question. I think that what we are trying to do, at least I know ourselves, we are trying to do it in our classroom. We're trying to, build relationships within us communities of practice. So I talk in my class about, you know, being together is about that community that we have the gift to create within, you know, one semester or the 4th years that you go through education here at Emily Carr. The other thing that I guess is we have to teach by example. So when we say that we believe in that, has to be the same thing said in every, you know, place that we walk into. So it's a responsibility, I think, as educators to say things many times, right? But as Indigenous peoples have been doing it for millennia, is living it, and it's, you know, community, relationality, values, respect, reciprocity, honesty, being truthful. One of the, for me, one of the sessions that I really enjoy and that most students always have a very good, you know, feedback and then write about it and they like it very much is one session that we have that is about Indigenous values. And we share it through the knowledge, the seven sacred values, yeah, of Anishinaabe people. And it's through, you know, one particular lodge and the teachings of Dr. David Couchette. And it's just, you know, for them, it's like Mimi said, we have people from all around the world and they are like, oh my God, it's, yeah, of course, they are the same values that we all carry in and that we know. So respect, like I said, respect, courage, reciprocity, truth, and so on, right? So those are the things that I guess we need to live by our values. Yeah.
And Lebo, last question. Put your hand up so they can see you to give you the microphone. Give for later? Okay, all right. There was one other person that I thought I had seen. Sorry, I wasn't trying to disclude you, but just, yeah. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you both for sharing today. Dr. Mimi, you shared about the Canadian government or curriculum adopting the book Braiding Sweetgrass and some hesitancy you felt around that. And I immediately resonated with that hesitancy because we've seen from history as the Canadian state transitioned or tries to move past, you know, the colonial past and into the narrative of like a liberal multiculturalist society. We've seen the state sometimes co-opting or de-radicalizing, defanging movements for social justice, for racial justice, for Indigenous justice by making them what could be challenging to the status quo, instead become commensurable or agreeable with the current state and situation. And it made me recall from the first panel how the TRC, or even the day we'll celebrate on September 30th, how we can, you know, sometimes, especially as settlers like myself, pat ourselves on the back for the progressive feeling of these acknowledging, you know, Indigenous people and histories, but that being disconnected from the material reality on the ground, disconnected from ongoing oppression and colonialism that we still see. And so I wonder if that's kind of where that same sentiment came from when you shared, and if you could speak to that. Do we need to decolonize the decolonization narrative itself?
Thank you so much. That's a great question. And by the way, I want to make clear that I am a serious proponent of braiding sweetgrass. It was my colleague who was saying, too accommodating, too soft, too poetic. And I understand that because that is only, comes back to a plurality of knowledge. That's one path. And so there's you're absolutely correct that there's often a move by nation states to, if you will, co-opt language or do a little something, a little initiative and say, we've done the work. I am not personally worried about that. What I want to put my energy in and what I want to encourage people, this whole audience here and online, is to just do your work. Like be a force of nature. Continue to bring forward your ways of being and knowing into the world. I'm not. I have no energy to argue about around the co-optation of knowledge or it's true. It is happening. But I think that, again, if we put our energies there, fighting that and not bringing forward, putting our energy, bringing forward these beautiful knowledges and potentially new systems and structures, then we're reifying the colonizer again, and we're doing what you suggested that we may be doing, which is, or that we need to decolonization, right? I think we just need to focus on our purpose.
Thank you.
I agree. Yeah, and one last thing that Mimi said, it's on us. It's on each one of us. This is something that we do together. We do together here as educators, as artists, as designers, as people. We do it within our families. That's super important to, think always of our families, like Kualantan also said. And one thing that I wanna last thing that I wanna say is that being Indigenous is not just about, being or looking as different. It's about the way of carrying knowledges, the way of building communities, the way of being together, and about those values. It's about respect, reciprocity, relationality. It's about being human, right? So we all have that. And just, with that last thought, I just want you to, think that having you here is very important for, I think, every one of us, and that we are very, very grateful for your presence and for listening. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you. That felt like a very gentle, amazing, inspiring conversation. So yeah, we're going to break for lunch now. I think we'll still come back at 1:30. Yeah, 1:30. And there are bits of information.
Yeah, I've got that right here. Yeah, I just wanted to remind everybody that there's this map that's got places to go and have something to eat. They're all close by, so hopefully that will be useful for you, especially if you aren't used to eating in this area. Thank you.
I also just wanted to say quickly to the people online, I understand we have technical limitations with sharing content in this space, and during Bongi's presentation, the PowerPoint, I could share that, but the audio, it wouldn't share two things simultaneously through online. So I was able to edit together a video with the audio embedded into the PowerPoint. So I'm going to be playing that during lunch hour. If you want to watch it again with the audio, it will be available. Thanks.
Memory, today, the future. Can you try to put together a collection looking back at the history of art by Black artists in the 20th century? This was a request layered with expectations that are very challenging. I agreed to this tall order with a full knowledge that Black artists that created art during the 20th century had created these artworks, the individual willpower to create art. There was no formal written history of Black art making in the 20th century in South Africa. The artists about during this period were self-taught or apprentices under established artists who were most often than not white artists. Easy to refer to any collected memory about these creatives. There was very little information, and most of this information was at the most written by white researchers. I plan to follow that trend in my search and establishment of this collection of Black artists in the 20th century. Daunting task. From the end of 2016, minus the years of COVID-19 in 2019 and 2020, to do the acquisition of the artworks from individual artists, from private collectors, and from auction houses that had these artworks available for acquisition. I was to put together the collection that would augment
Hello? Yes. Welcome back. Future Worldings post-lunch conversations. I'm very excited to be here moderating the third panel. My name is Randy Lee Cutler. And as I said earlier, I'm the Associate Dean of the MFA program here at Emily Carr, and we are delighted to be sharing this with the Aboriginal Gathering Place and Griffin Art Projects. They've done an amazing job organizing. There's a beautiful exhibition at the gallery, which opened last night, if anybody is able to attend. When does it close, Lisa? December 15th. So December 15th, the exhibition closes, if you want to check that out. But for now, I am delighted to introduce this panel, which is called Weaving, Dancing, and Activating Memories. It's organized by the Transformational Memory International Network and the Institute for Gender, Race, Sexuality and Social Justice at UBC. So it's really nice. Again, this idea of partnerships and collaboration, it seems really important. Our focus here is on how memory can be a creative force, that brings together reflection from complex temporalities, specifically in relationship to curating, art making, but more specifically curating. I'll just read to you a little bit from the handout. In this presentation, we think through questions and considerations raised when developing a decolonial curatorial approach for a traveling exhibition on memory issues in contexts where there have been histories of political and structural violence. So there's a kind of big context here that we're excited, I don't know if that's the right word, but to explore. I have a sense, one of our panelists and organizers, David, was saying that, the conversation this morning is already there in what's going to happen this afternoon. So I feel like there's threads. Mimi sort of gave us a description of terms and concepts that she heard in the first part. So I feel like we're, if we can continue that to think about what are the threads that are pulling us through all of these panels, I think that'd be great. So this panel, Weaving, Dancing, and Activating Memories, has two participants. The first one is David Ng, a queer feminist media artist grappling with a racialized and diasporic identity. I'll read to you a little bit from his bio. It's all in here, but just to say his interests include imagining new possibilities of how queer racialized artists can also use their practice to transform communities. His work has also recently included coordinating the Cultivating Kin project, which is an initiative to decolonize the Canadian arts system by putting Indigenous arts practices at the center through the leadership of Indigenous artists supporting artists of color. So a lot of rich ideas that I think David will bring. And our other panelist, is she here with us yet? Just want to make sure. So our other panelist is in Colombia, Alejandra Gavira Serna. She is an activist scholar exploring society's rights to truth and memory amidst the Colombian conflict. And I'll read you a little bit from her bio. As the coordinator of artistic, communicative, and cultural actions, Alejandra played a vital role in shaping discourse and action at the Memory, Peace, and Reconciliation Center of Bogota, a pioneering governmental institution focused on memory. She was the political advocacy advisor to the Colombian Network of Places of Memory, overseeing 24 grassroots memorial sites dedicated to upholding the right to memory throughout Colombia. So I'm delighted to introduce David and Alejandra, and I will return later to moderate the questions.
Great, thanks, Randy. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Randy, for the introduction. So my name is David Ng. I'm a second-generation Chinese-Canadian immigrant settler born on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. Part of my family has origins from Southern China and Hong Kong, and my father's side has roots in Indonesia, where they were displaced due to violence in the 50s and the 60s. As an uninvited guest on these territories and as an artist, an activist, and an academic, part of my connection to transformative memory work that we will be presenting today is about how my work can contribute to Indigenous struggles for liberation, reparations, and land back. So thank you to the other previous presenters that came before us. Yeah, as Randy mentioned, I'm feeling a lot of synergies between the work that we're going to be presenting today. I was actually living in South Africa during the Canadian Truth and Reconciliation Commission, so there was a lot of intersections that are coming together for me today. As Randy mentioned, Alejandra and I are both PhD students at UBC's Social Justice Institute. Through my work with Love Intersections, which is a media arts collective of queer artists of color that I co-founded 10 years ago, I'm an artist with an interdisciplinary social practice and community engaged arts practice. And part of our work has been rooted in doing intercultural solidarity work in Vancouver's Chinatown, which has included engaging with historical sites, archives, and memories as a way to connect audiences to contemporary issues of systemic racism and colonialism. So our presentation today will be broadly about this topic of memory and the role that art can have in engaging communities towards collective action. Alejandra and I are a part of the Transformative Memory International Network at UBC, and we are both PhD students from UBC's Social Justice Institute. And we met in 2018 and have been working on this project, Weaving, Dancing, and Activating Memories, which is what we've titled this presentation, and is also the name of the Vancouver iteration of the traveling exhibit that Alejandra and I have been designing a curatorial concept for. So in this presentation, we will share the core inquiries and considerations that we've been exploring for this traveling exhibit, which has an intention to activate audiences towards collective action. Next year, in collaboration with Butterflies in Spirit, which is a dance group of Indigenous women who have family and loved ones who are a part of the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people, we will be producing a Vancouver version of the exhibit in 2025, which also marks the 10-year anniversary of the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions, as we've discussed here in Canada. In Red Skin, White Masks, Glenn Coulthard describes the Canadian Truth and Reconciliation Commissions as a function to mark the abuses of settler colonialism as in the past, and something to forgive and move on from, ignoring the fact that colonialism is not an event, but is structural and also connected to global imperial projects. This problematic notion of marking memory of structural violence as in the past is a core concept or a core aspect of what the Transformative Memory International Network attends to, and a concept that we will explore later in this presentation. In the context, some folks have already spoken about this, but it feels necessary to say, in the context of speaking about the TRC today at this conference and considering the national holiday on Monday, National Reconciliation Day, the role of memory work is particularly relevant as the nation state continues to perpetuate this idea of memory in the past through symbols, symbolic dates, but while also refusing to address ongoing colonial violence today. So for example, in the past 10 years, only 12 of the 94 recommendations of the TRC have been implemented. So it's from these intersections that we think about this idea of a traveling exhibit of artworks from different contexts developed through transnational collaborations that will be activated in dialogue with local artworks, themes, topics, and contexts. So just a brief structure about the presentation that we will give today. So Alejandra is going to introduce the Transformative Memory International Network and some of the work that the network does. We'll introduce some of the core artworks that have emerged from different activities from the network. And then we'll explore some of the queer inquiries or questions that we're asking for the traveling exhibit. And then explore some key conceptual considerations, ethical considerations that we're thinking about as well. And then we'll move into some of the more theoretical concepts around memory work that we worked through with the traveling exhibit. So I've already mentioned the myth of the past and also this concept of things in motion. And then we'll offer some concluding thoughts. So with that, I'll pass it to my dear friend and colleague, Alejandra. Are you on mute, Ali?
Yeah. So, thank you, David, and hello, everyone. And thank you, Randy and David, for opening today's conversation. Firstly, I want to share some of the roots of my reflections regarding today's panel. First, I want to acknowledge the territory where I come from and from which I am speaking today, Colombia, and its traditional and ancestral communities, indigenous, farmers, and Afro-Colombian people. I want to acknowledge their struggles and resistances for more than 500 years until today for the protection of our territories, sovereignty, and dignity. I also recognize I am connected with those struggles that precede me. Therefore, my work is part of a collective fabric in which many people at different times and generations have participated. To give you a context of my reflections, in Colombia, we have had an armed conflict that has lasted more than 60 years, and my personal life, as well as my work as an activist, audiovisual artist, a scholar, and policymaker, have been closely connected with this conflict. During the last 20 years, my work has focused on creating different public truth and memory institutions where I have explored the role of artistic and curatorial practice in producing shared knowledge and contributing to social comprehension of mass violence and its aftermaths. In 2017, after 4 years of negotiation and 5 decades of armed conflict, the Colombian government signed a peace agreement with the oldest guerrilla force in the Americas, the FARC-EP, which is now implementing. And the agreement creates a transitional justice system to ensure rights to truth, justice, reparation, and no repetition for approximately 10 million of victims, and to address the 97% impunity in human rights violations in Colombia. So that transnational justice system includes a truth commission that is called Commission for the Clarification of Truth, Coexistence, and Non-Repetition. And I had the opportunity to participate in the discussion process to write the law, creating the Colombian Truth Commission. And also from then until I went to Canada to study my PhD, I was part of the Truth Commission initial team. So in that work, I realized that truth commissions worldwide tend to use a linear mapping of events and realigns of legalistic concepts, methods, and writing narratives. And for that reason, I think they have been criticized for their limited view of the process of knowledge mobilization and social comprehension as a mere transmission of information, as testimonies, as reports of the commission's results. And with that in mind, the societal impact of the truth commissions and their calls to action tend to be limited. So in that context, I started exploring which will become my doctoral research topic, and is the role of the grassroots initiatives that work creatively with memory in contributing to fostering new socialization processes, knowledge translation, and social acknowledgement of the contents of the truth commissions and its calls for action. So this ongoing exploration meets here in Canada with the work that the Transformative Memory International Network develops. And in this context, with my friend and colleague David, we start to work on the conceptualization of a traveling exhibit about the potential of the artistic practice of memory to become languages to communicate the complex experience of systemic and structural violence, make meaning, and cultivate critical reflection. So the traveling exhibit we have begun to conceptualize has at its primary input the pieces created within the framework of the network works. For this reason, we think it's important to begin this panel discussing where the nature of the work of the network as a context where the pieces were created, the pieces themselves, and the themes that those pieces address because what that context were those pieces which pushed us to ask ourselves questions and build a particular framework to carry out the traveling exhibit. So the Transformative Memory International Network is a global and interdisciplinary collective of artists, academics, and community leaders engaged with historical memory work and social justice commitments in contexts affected by the massive violence, dispossession, displacement, and oppression, such as genocide, dictatorships, plantation slavery, and settler colonialism. The network is comprised of people, organizations, and universities from Canada, Chile, Colombia, Indonesia, Northern Ireland, and Peru, and Uganda, and the United States, who interrogate, reflect, and create around the different ways in which memory is conceived and embodied as a methodology, as a tool, and as a concept to comprehend, affect, and reconfigure lived experience. That means the network explores and works with processes that develop diverse knowledge and epistemologies beyond which is privileged by the global West. In the last decade, through place-based knowledge exchange methodologies that uphold reciprocal, relational, respectful, and grassroots collaboration, the network has developed and counted in Uganda, Ireland, Canada, Indonesia, and Colombia. These gatherings and partnerships invite artists, activists, and scholars to share and learn about memory work in different spaces, producing multidisciplinary and collaborative artworks that include songs, videos, posters, installations, performances, textiles, and tapestries. So the concept of a transformative memory traveling exhibit that we will talk about today emerged from this series of exchange and collaboration, and is based on the body of artworks resulting from that transnational collaborative process. I want to show some of those pieces to have an idea. For example, Alit Sambara Artworks. He is an Indonesian graphic artist. Come from his process of witnessing and documenting the transformative memory gatherings, of which he attended many. Ambara's reflections in his artworks also come from his practice and process of engaging with the community, even outside the gatherings, where he built relationships and collaborations with the broader community. So, for example, this poster, it's about our first encounter as network in Uganda in 2019 to consider Acholi's ways of knowing, remembering, relating, and being. And the Alit posters of this first encounter reflects on the community-led visits, houses, and seats of memory, and considers how memory is transmitted through music, poetry, weaving, the body, sound, ritual, and in the land, mountains, water, and trees. Together, talks about the visit to Lukodi, when people met under the mango tree to share their experience of loss and struggle in the frame of the Ugandan conflict. The Lukodi community endured a large-scale massacre by the LRA on 2004, and this community shared with us all their collective process to find justice and truth. And this poster talk about that. But in that same knowledge, we went to another community that was called Bukoro. And here, Peter Mori, Tatlan Nation artist, curator, and writer, exemplifies what we are talking about in terms of transnational connections and collaborations, and also the work with memory in the network, and the kind of pieces that comprise the traveling exhibit. So we want to share with you this piece of Peter's performance. So John, could you please play video number 1? Thanks.
Sorry, can you stop sharing your content? For some reason, it's not letting me share my content.
Yes, for sure.
Ola iken non ke ya Kolayo hasta helayo himmen kwanuko. Ola iken nom ke yakaku. Submen kolayo hasta helayo himmen kwanuko. Ola iken nom ke yakus submen kolayo hasta helayo himmen kwanuko.
Okay, that song was written and composed by Chief Wasden and commissioned by Sabrina Williams and Peter Morin for the children and youth in the Ministry of Child and Family Development, Kerr, in Canada, as a way for them to express their belonging. Peter decided to sing the song for the Bukuro community in Uganda as a gesture of reciprocity for all that people from Bukuro shared along the day with us. The people of Bokoro, in turn, respond with their clapping, with their voice, connecting Peter's song with a traditional song from their community. And so we became involved in a back and forth gestures of different participants that took us to deep and unpredictable places on this journey through memory. From the first moment in this Uganda exchange, the interconnections between geographies, landscape, trees, memories emerge among the different participants. The poet and professor Julian Okot-Bitek, who were in the exchange too, reflects on these moments and memory practice that transcends and say, I was part of the group that visited Bukoro, where community that shared histories of two massacres that took place on their land. During the visit, Peter Morin offered to sing two songs, and he did not have his drum with him. He asked that we clap along with him, and he provided the rhythm for us to follow. After he sang, a man stood up, eventually moved by Peter's song, and asked if people remembered that actually used to have a similar kind of song. He then sang a song from memory, clapping along as Peter had just done. So I will share my screen again. Now, okay. Returning to Alit's work, this is one called Thread of Justice, and is his artistic reflection on the visit to Woman Advocacy Network in Gulu, Uganda. The poster traces the struggle for justice of women abducted as children and forced into so-called marriages with rebel commanders by the non-state armed group, the Lord's Resistance Army, with whom they bore children during the prolonged war. Some of them were only 12 years old when they were abducted and were held in captivity for more than 10 years. Following the war, they formed a collective, the Women's Advocacy Network, to support one another through tailoring, bed making, and small business, and to advocate for reparation. After the first exchange, the Women Advocacy Network developed a project with the support of the network to make a handmade tapestry with paper beds to tell their collective memories of the war in northern Uganda through the technique that they use in their small business. And now the tapestry is composed of handmade beds, each cut from long strips of paper and rolled tightly into different shapes, size, and colors. Then they worked collectively using thread and needle to sew each bed by hand onto the tapestry. The piece is named Beading Memory. In the words of one of the women, we wanted to remember what we went through and to also tell our children what we went through. Sewing this bed piece took a lot of dedication, hard work, technique, and concentration. It brought out strong feelings and emotion, but it is also created unity. The piece has been part of exhibitions in Dublin and Vancouver, and it was part of the first itinerancy of the Transformative Memory Traveling exhibit this past June in Toronto. And in Toronto, this piece was next to another collective tapestry made by an Afro community and indigenous communities, but from Colombian Pacific area. The tapestry is named The Deed of Bohaya Are Our Deed, Exhumation, Identification, and Dignified Burial in Bohaya. And it was designed and elaborated in weekly meetings between Afro and indigenous members of Artesanías Guayacán of Bellavista in 2023. The piece documents in a textile form the long process of the community's struggle to search, exhume, identify, and bury the victims of the Bohaya massacre that occurred in 2002. The tapestry interweaves the individual experiences and the events that for more than 70 years trace the path to the exhumation, identification, and final burial. It composed a visual history stitched and narrated by many hands and voices, which is read especially on the canvas from the right to the left. The story began in 2002 with the hasty burial of loved ones in the mass grave without rituals after the massacre, and ended in 2019 with the return and delivery of bodies to the family, to finally have a collective wake and burial of those who died in the massacre, and to do so according to ancestral mortuary practices. So this tapestry, both of them, is both a textile narrative and a testimonial archives of the struggles for truth and justice about the acts associated with the conflicts. But it's also a living testimony of the unprecedented struggles and processes in Colombia and in Uganda. So as you can see from these examples, the different pieces create a connective tissue or a constellation where multiple and deep interrelations between pieces emerge, bringing with them new sense and understandings that are not possible by approaching the piece in isolation. Thus, it is from this universe that opens up when the pieces and the memories they bring with them come together, that we feel the need to create a particular curatorial framework.
So thanks, Alejandra. And so, as Alejandra has just described some of the artworks that have come about through the activities of the network, when Alejandra and I started thinking about the intention of the traveling exhibit, many questions started to arise. The big one being, how can we use the form of an art exhibition, which has a history of maintaining and reproducing colonial violence, especially when we think about Canadian art history and how it upholds dominant narratives. How do we employ the form of an art exhibit to do transformative memory work? Through which ethical lenses, principles, and practices do we employ for the curatorial selection process? What considerations and reflections do we need to address critically and creatively? How can we assemble these artworks and exhibit them to reflect local issues related to structural and political violence in a way that interrogates the global connections of capitalism and colonialism? Recognizing that each piece emerges from specific contexts and processes, how will these artworks journey into different spaces in a way that honors their origins and enables connections and reflection about other contexts? So very easy questions. As an initiative, so these core questions are sort of questions that we've been really thinking deeply about, because as an initiative that at its core attends to the issues of structural and political violence, making interventions on colonial violence is at the foundation of our ethical considerations in putting together this curatorial approach. So our explorations of this curatorial approach is inspired by a genealogy of decolonial curatorial projects from Indigenous, Black, Afro communities, communities from the Global South, feminist curators, and many others. A core literature that we've been thinking about is Linda Tahiwai Smith's Decolonizing Methodologies and the 5 R's of decolonization. So respect, responsibility, relationality, reciprocity, and relevancy. These themes have been brought up quite a bit by the previous speakers as well. But Tahiwai Smith offers these ethical propositions as a way to recalibrate approaches to relationships away from extractive colonial processes. And we've been thinking about this and employing these into our methodology as we continue to design our curatorial approach. So for example, thinking about the themes, the R's, responsibility and relationality, thinking about the processes of building relationships with communities that the artworks will move through, and thinking about how the traveling exhibit can serve local needs and local conversations, but also the responsibility behind activating these memories around these topics in a good way. So moving on to key methodological considerations. So on the topic of relationality, collaboration, the other speakers have talked about this as well, but thinking about a collaborative curatorial process, thinking about the 5 R's, one of the values we've been engaging with is how to center collaboration and relationship building, and in particular, as Alejandra has also talked about, transnational collaboration. So the network, the Transformative Memory Network, has been exploring what knowledges and solidarities can emerge through international partnerships with communities affected by state, systemic, and colonial violence. So now moving on to our 2025 collaboration with Butterflies in Spirit, which is a local Vancouver-based dance group of Indigenous women who have relatives and loved ones who are part of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people. Butterflies in Spirit has collaborated with the network recently in Toronto, where they perform dances to bring to light issues of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people, as well as contributing artworks. So this has included can't really see it in the photo there, but it has included a blanket that included images, trinkets, and symbols from and of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people, as well as a cape that was designed by Morgan Asayuf that has also been used in their performances. So you can kind of see it, the cape hanging behind there. Butterflies in Spirit is also collaborating with Judith Colibri, a performance artist from Mexico whose practice also involves attending to the topic of disappeared people and systemic violence in Mexico. So this partnership and solidarity between Butterflies in Spirit and Indigenous dance group on Coasalas territories and Judith, an artist from Mexico, speaks to some of these themes that Alejandra also mentioned earlier around exploring speaks to the themes that we explore in imagining the possibilities of transnational solidarity. So while the context that these artists are working from have different specificities, they build connection and solidarity in making interventions on the systemic and structural issues that affect them, such as colonial and state violence and violence against women. So John, if you could play the second video.
Hi.
So this is just an excerpt from the performance that Butterflies did at the Toronto Memo Lab just a couple months ago. So these ideas of partnership, solidarity, and deep collaboration was also inspired by many artists and curators whose work foregrounds our inquiries about this traveling exhibit. I'll just mention two in particular. So the touring exhibit Call Response by curators Tara Hogue, Maria Hupfield, and Tanya Willard, where they facilitated a touring exhibit of commissioned artworks on themes of reconciliation and indigeneity that sought to, and I quote Tara here, enact strategies of resurgence, resilience, and refusal against ongoing multiple articulations of power and the structural colonial violence of nation states. Their approach included a call and response model where artworks and activations were facilitated together based on a dialogical process that was built together in collaboration with artists, community members, and curators. And the reciprocal nature of this approach, along with its intentions around reconciliation and indigeneity, compelled us to think about and consider curatorial processes of collaboration and how this might manifest for a traveling exhibit that will ultimately be moving through a different context and spaces, yet on shared themes of memory and structural violence. We were also inspired by Kautamok Medina's Domino Cannibal, where Medina facilitated a group of artists who would reconfigure their predecessors' work. So each artist was asked to start from his or her predecessor's work, adding or removing or modifying something from the previous exhibition, and in a sense, cannibalizing the previous exhibit and producing a new version. So these concepts underpin our desire to create a collaborative and dialogical process to build an exhibit that would be tailored to each community that it moves to. So to do this, we've also drawn on social practice, community engaged, and participatory arts to inform our curatorial process, our curatorial concept, yeah, I guess, and process. So here we're thinking about the work of Helguera, Bishop, Freire, and Boal, looking at arts practices and processes that challenge binaries within politicized art, such as individual versus collective, author versus spectator, and active versus passive spectator. And so this meeting place of popular education, participatory theater, community engaged social practice is linked to how we're thinking about this curatorial concept for the traveling exhibit, grappling with and subverting forms of individualism and imagining possibilities of collaboration, co-authorship, collective engagement with the exhibit as a dialogical process towards collective action. Another key sort of concept that we've been thinking about is doing care work in this curatorial process. So the notion of radical care, concepts of care have really come up in different applications as we've been developing this curatorial approach. I'll just reference two pieces of work that we've been thinking about. Milton and Lara's analysis of the etymology of curate, as Gayatri Gapanoth writes about in Unruly Visions. They write about the etymology of curate as connected to caring for, and to consider curation work not only as selection, design, and interpretation, but as caretaking, as an intimate, intersubjective, interrelational obligation. Gopinath argues that this approach to curation implies an accountability to the past and a deep relational responsibility to care about others. This notion of care practices as a foundation of curation work offers a critical perspective to how we think about care in our curation of artworks on themes of structural violence that will travel to different spaces. So for example, in our traveling exhibit, thinking about temporal care of art objects, many of these works hold memories of situations of violence which have been constructed by dominant hegemonic narratives as in the past, which erases and ignores the structures that produce these injustices. So we think about this work of care towards these objects, these art objects, in bringing them forward as an engagement of the present as well. I also love this quote from Jacqueline Milner, who articulates care work in arts practice as, and I quote, informed by feminist philosophies and practices and processes that the transformation of existing capitalist order demands the abolition of the gendered hierarchy between care, the activities of social reproduction that nurture individuals and sustain social bonds and economic production. Care ethics foregrounds relatedness and focuses on as much on process and methods as outcomes, asking we revolutionize the values that govern our societies, from valuing the accumulation of capital to valuing life. So thinking about the traveling exhibit and centering care as an anti-capitalist approach as well, focusing on relationships, process as outcome, and thoughtful consideration of what the work is addressing in terms of time, history, present, and futures.
Okay, following the explorations above of a traveling exhibit that could employ memory work towards collective and creative process to engage with complex experiences and temporalities, our curatorial concept considers the possibilities of dislocating some of the accepted notions and methodologies that sustain the idea of a fixed and disconnected past as a knowledge object. Building on Benjamin and Thoreau, among others, we interrogate the consolidated closed notion of historical process as an evolutionary progression characterized by a linear conception of time, power, and violence. For instance, the idea reflected in the Never Again slogan regarding mass violence historical experiences supposes that knowing the atrocious event that occurred in the past can prevent us from happening again. Nothing could be further from the truth at this time in humanity, and it deserves to be reflected upon. The linear conception of historical process gives the impression that when the violence has been denounced, the system that produced the violence has been overcome and is now in the past. It is as if it were a succession of isolated stages with a beginning and end point clearly determined and surpassed, with no local and global contingents or continuities. It doesn't enable us to comprehend the ongoing process of the events and the connection with other contexts, geographies, and realities. The past, as a fixed reality, disconnects us from our own positionality and the power relations involved in deciding which facts or events we can see, we can know, we can talk about, and which we can't. For that, from a political and ethical dimension, we consider that this linear conception of history functions to maintain the statu quo, as without engaging with critical memory work on these atrocities that goes beyond enunciating or remembering what happened in a supposed past, the oppressive regimes in which they emerge will not necessarily have been transformed. In that sense, for us, the myth of the past disconnects the idea of memory from its social and collective function of making sense of experiences beyond reconstructing them, denying recognition of the need in the present to creatively produce meaning of diverse and complex experiences. It is in this realm that we propose to make an intervention with the traveling exhibit. We destabilize the focus of the memory work from the aspiration of reconstructing the past through validating select sources to exploring the elements that come into play in producing meaning. In this vein, we propose that imagination in relation to memory work is a crucial part of the process of understanding. As Kegley and Pickering propose, with their concept of mnemonic imagination as an active synthesis of remembering and imagining, imagination in relation to memory not only questions the hegemonic vision of history, the temporalities implicated, and the way to engage with the past as something distant, but also, in collective terms, it is a way of thinking and a way to engage with and participate in the world. For us, imagination in the context of massive violence is a tool to approach, represent, and reflect upon extreme situations which are hard or impossible for us to express. Imagination makes it possible to engage with a history and its future that becomes present through our collective and multi-connected experience. Collective imagination linked with memory becomes an operation of knowing, because through it we could access and envision different worlds, including the past as well as the situation that we never experienced directly. Therefore, thinking about how traveling exhibit could be conceptualized, we draw on this notion of imagination as a way that the curatorial approach could stimulate audiences to participate in constructing, reconstructing, and intervening upon the social and systemic structures that produced the mass violence to begin, as well as stimulate the capacity for imagination into reconceiving the possibilities of the present. Grounded on our approach that sees memories and artistic practice as creative force, which is linked with the imagination, to envision the possibilities in the present, we propose understanding the exhibition through the notion of a journey, where the exhibit is not a closed history based on a fixed set of objects with a singular theme that moves through different spaces. Instead, the exhibition is conceived as an invitation, an open conversation, which is altered in every context in which the show is exhibited. The traveling exhibit learns, responds to, adapts, and is iterative as it moves from place to place because it leaves space and malleability to be co-created. In that sense, we have a core exhibit composed of pieces created in transformative memory process, exchange, and collaboration between members. However, the core exhibit will not be showcased in each location. The collaborative curatorial process consists precisely in that the core exhibit pieces function as a call, an invitation to respond to the community organization with whom the itinerancy will be built in a specific place. In collaboration with local organization, we will decide the central theme and which pieces will be showcases depend on the connection with that chosen theme. So the core pieces reflect these questions that underpin the intentions behind the traveling exhibit. What makes memory a way of transformation? How do these artworks talk about the structural violence in different parts of the world? What do they tell you about our own context? Through collective discussions, these questions are intended to be reframed in the context the exhibit travels to facilitate relevant local dialogues on themes on transformative memory. Community collaborators will respond to these questions and select the pieces from the core exhibit that will be exhibited in their community. And collaborators will also select artworks from their communities or local contexts that they consider to exhibit in the traveling exhibit as a part of the response and the dialogue the exhibit seeks to activate. Therefore, the traveling exhibit becomes a local exhibit collaboratively curated in every space where it is assembled and takes a different form from place to place. And in this way, the exhibit itself embodies this idea of transformative memory. Taking that in mind, from our exhibition notion of journey, beyond the artist's originality and ownership, we tackle the artworks through a Padurai methodological lenses of the social life of things. That means we conceive the exhibition piece as objects socially constructed that condense and express certain relationships and meanings that constantly change depending on the territory from which the artworks come and how they arrive at the territory to which they have been invited in the particular context of that territory, and on those who participate and are involved in a relationship with said pieces. The exhibition pieces are objects that connects different worlds, reflections, and experiences to cultivate and activate reciprocal community engagement. And it is in this journey of the art pieces, the conversation they open, the questions they raise, the reflection they invite, and the way that their presence affect us, which can often be disruptive, overwhelming, welcoming, tender, or challenging, that following Jane Bennett, we approach the exhibition piece as living objects. And I want to exemplify this notion of journey and the social life or the liveness of the pieces in the traveling exhibit with a specific case. So the Colombian artist Erika Dietes, whose work has a wide reflection on the disappearance in Colombia, participated in the first exchange in Uganda. And there she met with the people from the Women Advocacy Network. After the exchange in Uganda, the artist Erika Dietes and Docus from the Women Advocacy kept in conversation to materialize a collaboration regarding the issue of disappeared people in Uganda and Colombia. During this time, people victims of forced disappearance in Colombia sent messages to relatives in Uganda and vice versa. And the next year, they met in the second exchange in Colombia, and this time, Docus come to Colombia and met Erika, the artist, and Erika organized a guide visit to her studio. And that day, for the first time, people from different countries, Colombia, Canada, Uganda, Northern Ireland, and Indonesia, who had previously met Erika and her reflection, met in life Erika's artwork, the materiality, the volume, the presence. Erika artworks is called Relicarios and was displayed in the central room. And these are some garments and objects that belonged to disappeared people in Colombia, treasured by their mothers and other family members, like relics. The objects were delivered permanently to the artist to give them a dignified resting place, in the words of one family member delivering objects. Docus and all the participants walk around each piece, take a look at each detail, and after, sit on the ground with the pieces to talk with Erika. After this, Docus returned to Uganda, and with a community-based organization, the Families of the Missing started a process to collect belongings and photographs of the missing, as well as relatives will write a letter for them to become part of Oratorio for the Disappeared, another artwork from Erika's Dietes, Colombian artist. So after the process, the workshops with the people in Uganda, Docus traveled to Northern Ireland to another network exchange and meet with Erika. And there they take photos of the work. Docus talk about all the process. And Docus come back, return to Uganda with the objects, with the photos. But the families of the missing decided that the objects should continue traveling and telling the history. They entrusted their belongings, photos, and letters to the Transformative Memory International Network to become part of future exhibits. And after that, the objects arrived in Vancouver, where they now their base, and after a dialogue across with the families, they named this collection Castle Pinipo, Together in Memory, which was part of the first itinerancy of the traveling exhibit in Toronto. And these are the photos of the workshops and the interactions with that piece in Toronto. So the traveling exhibit proposed then a shifting constellation of memory, built through through connecting different spaces, artworks, relationships, and experiences during its journey. With this, we try connecting and questioning transnational power dynamics that sustain authoritarianism, indifference, and reproduction of the colonial order. At the same time, the traveling exhibit is an invitation to participate in a collaborative practice for reimagining future disrupting dominant narratives of the memory. In other words, the concept of the traveling exhibit is a journey of a body of artworks, unleashing the possibility of exploring, contrasting, and materializing poetics, and ethical considerations regarding what we work on in the realm of memory.
Thanks, Alejandra. So just some concluding thoughts. So conceptualizing this traveling exhibit has invited us to question some concepts, approaches, and practices related to history, memory, and how a curatorial approach could attend to systemic issues of violence and inequity. Through the lenses we've articulated in this presentation for decolonial, anti-capitalist, transnational, disrupting North and Western hegemony, relational-based care work, this project seeks to respond to local issues and local needs while connecting them to global systems. This notion of care that we've discussed, so thinking about care as an invitation towards collaboration and relationship building, and relationality and reciprocity as an invitation towards collective action, gesturing towards the possibility of transformative memory. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Alejandra, right there. I don't think we, did you say we have a hard stop at 2:45? Yeah, we can tweak that a little. Okay, I have some questions, but I thought it might be nice in case anyone here has a question, we get that out in the open rather than me starting it. So does anybody have any specific questions for either of our presenters? Okay. I happen to have a question. So one of the things that struck me is the idea of, what was the word that I was writing here? Like there's something about the transnational connections that are generated here. So I guess I'm wondering, not just the work itself, but what does it open up by bringing it to different communities? It feels like something different happens. There are shared experiences, shared understandings, but also very different contexts, as you've said. So what does it open up by bringing it from one context to another or by traveling the show?
Alejandra? Well, I mean, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please, David. It's okay.
Awkward thing about doing things in two different spaces. Well, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind, and this is something that Alejandra and I are kind of grappling with as well, is like starting with the art piece as well, like starting with the actual arts, the artworks themselves and what they generate in terms of those types of conversations. Because, you know, Alejandra and I mean, maybe I'll speak for myself, but as you know, from the Social Justice Institute, we can get very, very intellectual and over theorizing how we hope that these pieces will open up in terms of those conversations. So I think that's one thing that we're thinking about is like even just from bringing the pieces together and bringing the artists to collaborate together, what does that process unfold?
Alejandra, did you want to add anything?
Yes, I think as we want to dislocate different ideas about memory, but also about knowing, but also about liveness. And as we talk about objects as liveness, artworks as liveness objects, I think that presence and placement are also very important life elements to understand different contexts, different geographies, and to be able to make connections. So for that reason, all this is based in the idea of exchange, in the idea of exchange liveness in our different experiences. So for that reason, I think thinking in that energy, in that life energy that moves in the exchange between places, geographies, experiences, memories, and objects. Thinking in that is that we invite to this exhibition in idea of exchange.
So it sounds like part of what you're describing is by talking about the liveliness and the presence, that the objects have a kind of affect. They have an energy that it's only through being present with it that something happens rather than theorizing what's happening. Does that describe?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. I'll come back to the audience again. Does anybody have any questions for, yes, over there?
Thank you very much for your talk. My question is around space and display. And so with the performances, what I saw was this consideration of like land and location and situation. And so thinking, say, of the one where Peter Moran was involved and the sort of the presence of the tree and that kind of thing. And then when you were showing work from the traveling show, the exhibition contexts seemed very conventional. So we see the white plinth, we see an inability to touch the work. And so I was just wondering about that sense and sensitivity around the performance or the on-site original space, perhaps compared to like traveling spaces, and maybe there's challenges around that you can talk about, and about how you're thinking around interfacing with exhibition space.
No, thank you very much. That's really a big conversation that we've been having. For the Vancouver exhibit, well, we actually don't have a space yet. So if anyone has any spaces, but it is definitely a conversation that we're having, that we're going to have with butterflies and at our workshop at the end of October. Because yeah, in placing these artworks in a conventional space, it creates more of a bit of a distance. And so, yeah, thinking about where these pieces could go that could actually do this work of activating these conversations. Alejandra, I don't know if you have more to add, because you were actually more a part of the Toronto, and I think the planning of the Uganda.
I think that this idea of a journey makes some questions, and the first question is about the originality. I think was the word that you using in your question. The originality plays for that object, and let's say, for example, that for those objects that you can see in the glass, inside the glass, they doesn't have an original place. They were given from the families to traveling. So I will say that more than original places for that artworks are context and are goals. And the goals that the family said was, we want that those objects travel to talk the history, right? And I think that is the original place for those objects, that frame, that goal. And what we are talking about the exhibition is that the exhibition talk with the space where arrives. So that is a very traditional expositive space, but that is the only Black, how you call that, artistic space in Toronto, yeah? Running for Black community.
Black-owned gallery in Toronto. It's okay gallery.
In Toronto. So that was important for us in the moment to decide where we will do this activity. And the main theme of this exhibit in Toronto was Black and Indigenous difficult memories, difficult archives. So the question that you pose in the conversation is maybe one of the core questions that we have around the exhibition. And the exploration, where the point in the exploration where we are in this moment, it's the exhibition has to talk with the place where the exhibition will arrive, and has to have some reasons to arrive to that specific place, right? And the exhibition must adapt. If the exhibition wants to open a conversation, must to adapt to the place where that travel. In this case, we decide that the exhibition will travel to the Black community gallery, right? And that was the reason for that specific case. And only we have some questions that doesn't have in this moment clear answers. And it's, for example, the interaction with the objects, because those are really important objects for the family. Those are the proofs of the life of someone that in this moment is disappeared. So what kind of interaction we can invite to those objects that keep both things, that open their conversation, but also that take care of those objects and take care of those histories that bring with them. And I think we don't have a reply. I think that will change depending of each itinerancy, is what I can say.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah. Usha, then Ranu. Ranu, then Usha.
I have a question, but I'm not quite sure how to articulate it. Because firstly, thank you for doing this amazing work. It's much needed in our world. My question is around the reach of this kind of work at kind of policy level and governmental level, and how that is received, particularly since the immediate impact is so intangible in terms of like quantifiable numbers, like, you know, and this is the language that world responds to. You know, so many people have done